hate home.
But I do remember my wed
Why is
mother.
There we go. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the next session of Simple Path, where the party is on the road into the country of Rosaino in hopes of chasing lost inheritance, as well as rooting out a potential bandit/crime group that has been targeting our most beloved Vark.
How beloved is he?
The next
Well-
episode of Pathfinder, brought to you by Karya's Dragon Milk.
No! No!
Sieren's
No!
favorite. No, I'm kidding.
Aaron's
I
favorite.
take this moment to tell everyone that I have created a rap battle intro for Wark.
A rap
Oh, rap battle intro. I see.
A rap battle.
Okay.
Indeed.
Epic rap battles of Pathfinder.
I will not actually like sing this, but I will just read it out to you.
Okay.
Greetings, I'm Vark, beloved what I am. Surely an emotion that you will never comprehend.
Hmm.
That's it. That's all I have.
Hell
So
yeah.
you came up with a very fancy way of saying, "Hi, my name is Vark, and I'm here to say."
Basically, yes.
I love it.
Hello, my name is Vark, and I'm here to say, from a well and from afar, I've come to stay.
Basically, starting off saying, "Sen, I am beloved. You will never be.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Beloved's what I
burn.
am. Surely an emotion that you will never comprehend."
Oh,
Wow. Ooh.
loveless,
Damn.
loveless.
Maidenless? No maidens?
no
maidens.
maidens.
No maidens.
Alright, this is we've just
Tail.
started. we've
Tail
just
feeling fuzzy.
started.
That's not what's in-
Smooth it out with Chicle tail cream.
Tail queen.
Anyway,
I firmly believe that in the Genesis universe, where this is actually a TV show, that there are it's gotten so popular that now there's like brand name products like Japanese marketing, like the Goku ramen dish. It's like
I wanna have that Kitsune Udon commercial, but with Mallory, where he's threatening the viewer.
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob.
You know, the one where they replace the Kitsune girl with Baki.
Oh.
Jesus.
Alright,
Anyway.
anyways,
Show that. All right.
anywho,
So, you guys are on the road again.
yes.
On the road again.
There you go.
Damn it! I hope no one would sing it. No, it's stuck in my
I will
Yeah.
always sing
I,
it.
I thought that
But
might.
Siren actually
I-
sings it in game. On the road again.
I thought that
Oh,
might
no.
provoke some brain.
Me
Sp-
up with
I-
golden hands.
I was hoping that would provoke some brain cells. Anyway, so you guys are on your way to Rosano now. With your campmates in tow. And last we stopped was just before Sully had to leave, and we call it Karya and Mallory, or now Malady, was having a rather emotional moment. Would you guys like to summarize how that?
I will let Sully do that for sure.
So we're bros now.
Yeah, so we're bros now.
Would you like to preface
Honestly,
that
though,
with
that-
everything else that happened?
So we hard related to the stuff that happened to us, and like we totally vibed, and now.
In less Zoomer
we-
speak.
Damn it!
Don't worry, I was just putting you under.
They had a
pressure,
heart-to-heart.
so Don't worry, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put you under some pressure.
Speak it in a way that gives context, and it's a way that perhaps Malady might describe it, or Karya.
I can do it if you actually want, Lynn. I just wanted to put you under some pressure, Sully.
Eh.
Yeah. Anyways, Karya tracked down Malady, or Mallory, as it is. As at this point, he still does not understand the difference. And was like, "You need to come back and eat soup. Your long brooding walk is taking too long." And after finding them walking away from the lake, Kari was like, "So what's wrong with you? Because we've been traveling together for a year, and I know that you're usually kind of bitchy, but you're usually not this bitchy." And then they got upset, And they were like, how dare you? But also, don't worry about it. Also, I hate you. And I hate all of you. And I hate this. And I'm mad. And then trauma dumped everything that happened in rage. And Karya went, no, don't worry. I also hate all of you. And I also hate all of this. But I have to do it. Because if I don't do it, who will? And then it went down to like, well, I lost my older sister, and she gave herself up for me, and now I'm just wandering around like a bitch. And Karya was like, yes, but I would also destroy an entire country if anything happened to my brother. So I get it. You're her living legacy. And then Mallory was like, I need to think about this. Karya, don't get in my way. And Karya went, no, because I'm gonna make sure you don't go off that path, because that's bad, and I expect you to do the same. And they went, all right. And then they both agreed the soup was terrible, but they would eat it anyways, and they went back to camp.
That is exactly what happened.
They shared a beautiful bro moment.
We shared a beautiful bro moment where
Lady
where
Maria will be
Mallory
terribly hurt about your opinion about the soup.
I'm never gonna tell her. Don't worry. She doesn't have
I'll
to
tell
know.
her.
And she rolled a
Well,
fucking
that's-
26 on cooking too. That's such a shame.
Did she actually?
Yes. She has profession
I
cook.
thought the soup was
She's a
good.
halfling.
This
Well-
this soup needs less meat.
Oh right, yeah, of
Right,
course.
because-
Well,
Mallory's a vegetarian.
Mallory's a vegetarian.
No. The accurate term is flexitarian.
Flexitarian. Ah, I see. Yes, for the vegetarians who can't decide and have no
can't-
Yes.
commitment. They have commitment issues. That's what it is.
Yeah, the vegetarians have commitment issues.
Yes.
Yes, I will eat a whole deer if I need to,
you
but
need
I
to.
will also choose the carrot if I can.
Oh dear.
We all know that Mallory prefers moldy bread. So yes.
Both of you shut up. God damn it.
Oh,
What?
oh! I gotta eat the
Oh,
meat.
dear.
I'm starving. Oh, there goes the.
Oh.
There I go shooting a deer again.
Oh.
Oh, there I go. Trauma dumping again. Oh, sorry,
There I
dear.
go.
Oh, let me just get right past you. I swear I won't. I swear I won't dump my trauma on you. Oh, there it goes. All my spaghetti out
Okay,
my
okay,
pocket.
okay.
All
The fairies, I'm
spaghetti on
bringing
the
out the
floor.
bug spray.
Anyway,
Yeah, someone get the
me.
raid.
I am the hive. So that said, you guys return to the camp. Maria and her trail stew that she worked so damn hard on, apparently not impressing the two veritable gourmands, the man who literally grew up in a cave and the person who grew up in a basement.
Listen, he's just trying to relate to Mallory to make them feel better.
And you had to hurt her feelings like that? No.
I didn't tell her.
I thought the soup
Did
was
she
good.
offer the stew to everyone?
Yes.
Yeah. I went
Okay.
around and started handing it out to the rest of the people too.
That's,
What does it taste like? I don't think I ever really.
if I remember correctly, it's a
Trauma.
It's a meat and vegetable stew. It uses it uses wild carrots, it uses potatoes with the peels, and roughly chopped beef, as well as a
You
few
know-
spices here.
What's funny is that I don't like soup with meat in it.
Hmm.
My favorite type of soup was a courgette-based vegetarian soup.
Loser. No, I'm kidding.
Tell
How
Yeah.
dare you?
You could tell that Mallory. You could tell that,
I like
that
soup
Mallory
with
is
meat in it.
French because they call it a courgette.
Wait, what was it
I-
otherwise called?
Zucchini.
No.
Wait, really?
A courgette is a zucchini? I thought a courgette was a type of French dish.
It's a summer squash. It's called a zucchini as well.
It's just a veggie?
It's a
Right.
gourd.
It's a courgette.
Courgette is a type of gourd.
Zucchini.
It's called a zucchini. We call them a zucchini here. We like to slice them into like thin, round slices and grill them on the grill.
And I like it in soup.
I mean, honestly, I also cook with zucchini. I just put it in my chicken noodle usually.
Mhm.
Very rarely.
It's
And
a-
that soup in grade school will never top anything that I eat ever. That's why I hate broth. I hate soup. I hate stew.
Fair, personal choice. there.
Anyways, before we
Yes. Before we get in a fucking fist fight over soup.
again,
Anyways, can I say that when Karya and Mallory were coming back to camp, Siren, like as they just had come back to see everyone, Siren wakes up, like goes, ha! And
Yes,
spills
Siren-
the soup all over herself and just kind of stands up and kind of shuffles away like she's trying to run away from something as she wakes up from seeing something.
Yeah, Siren, who dozed off a little bit. I would say Yeah, maybe like you've been handed the soup. You took a couple sips of it, and your mind started to wander. You notice yourself getting a bit tired. You just kind of fell asleep with the soup in your lap, and anybody that had paid attention might have noticed her expression turn maybe a bit screwed up or dark on occasion, and she just sort of nods off. You see her eyes fluttering open and closed every once in a while, as if she's like on the verge of waking up. And then all of a sudden, she bolts up to her feet. The bowl of soup, like jumping out of her hand, splashing onto the ground, as Siren's eyes are wild. And I don't know. Would you be shaking, or what? You did say you just kind of you bolt up and then shuffle off.
She would just be like kind of standing up in place, not moving, not saying anything, wide-eyed, just staring at the campfire, like she's processing the fact that she's back in reality. Not shaking, but just very still.
Okay, so almost unnaturally still, as if maybe scared of moving. To which, like, Lady Maria, who was previously spooning out these portions of stew, these portions of this thick meat and vegetable stew, is halfway like with the ladle to another ball, and then sees you spring up and goes, "Are you okay?" And she sets the bowl down, puts the ladle into the pot, and then stands up to go. Not
The soup
touching
wasn't
you.
that bad.
Looks at you for a second, almost like this. She comes up close to you. Do you respond?
I don't think Siren would respond at first. I think she would just still be wide-eyed staring at the campfire.
Assuming nobody else does anything, Maria takes the.
Well, Flick will probably, Flick will definitely react. His ears will immediately point straight upwards, and he'll look, and he'll kind of quickly turn his head to face Siren, and he'll just look her up and down and say, Siren, are you alright? You're looking like someone just told you to stand to attention."
What? Huh? Oh,
We lost you there
excuse me.
completely for a moment.
Yes, I apologize.
Went stiff as a board for a moment. Yeah.
Oh, I just woke up from a bad dream. It's nothing to worry about, really. I apologize for spilling the food that you taught on Maria.
Don't, Mom. I'm more worried about you. You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm more worried about you. Right now, normally I would discount this as potentially just being a result of tiredness on the road in the beginning of a trip, but most people don't just nod off like that and stand at attention, looking pale as a sheet, dear. The stew is fine. We got more. I'm more worried about you.
One of Flick's ears will twitch in observation to this.
I hadn't had nightmares in a long time. The last time I had them was when I was a child. They had completely stopped since then. So it was just jarring to have them again this time. It's just stress from everything that's been happening recently.
So Nitzer Brown says, "I'm not going to force you, but you say dreams aren't normal for you?"
They're usually not. Well, it's very rare, almost non-existent for me to have nightmares nowadays. I will still have dreams every now and then, usually by influence of my goddess. But I just have trouble falling asleep.
Her
without-
eyebrows raise and her eyes go a bit wide. You did say you were a god. I see. Actually, now going by the emblem on your chest plate, you're a priestess of Maluna, then. And well,
Yes.
and for the most part here in the Gadswitch Isle, Maluna is usually worshipped more as a goddess of magic, but it's not unknown that she is a goddess of portent and dreams. You say that she gives you them.
Yes. On occasion, yes, very much so. Or at the very least,
Then-
appears in them when they happen naturally.
Then normally, for most of us, dreams don't tend to have much significance besides the odd bit of prophecy, perhaps, or happenstance. But if that's the case, then is it not possible that this nightmare of yours, which you have not had since being a child, might bear some significance?
It's very possible that it could. I need some time to process, if you don't mind.
She,
And Siren
What?
just kind of
one
will
gauntleted hand,
take a step back.
one gauntleted hand will bring up to her chest and say, "Take the time you need."
Thank you.
And she will
Siren
sit
just take a
herself
step back.
back on the log and go back to administering the soup. Yes, which is right around the time when Karya and Mallory will come back as, what do you call it? As Jorik, who has come back from his rounds around the perimeter, will say, "Well, it's about time. You're the ones who wanted to talk to us."
Yes, I apologize. Oh, we're missing one. Where did Siren go?
Oh, she had a bad nightmare, apparently. She's going to take a moment.
Ah, that sounds very Siren. Of course.
Yeah, you just see both of Flick's ears are twitching back and forth in response to all this. He's still kind of trying to process everything. Eyes are still wide open.
I told you not to eat those cookies.
I told you not to eat those cookies.
Polo
come
Polo
on.
is just casually feeding some of the vegetables in the stew to his cappies.
On the far edge of the camp, you see, just barely illuminated by the campfire, the form of Varg, melting into the darkness as his race usually does. And you just hear slop, 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 slop.
Eating like a
Wait,
Bark-
wait, wait.
Bark-
Okay,
Bark
what kind
isn't
of
u-
sounds are those?
Bark isn't using a spoon. He's bringing the bowl to his face and he's eating it like a dog would.
It's the
Oh, man.
Minecraft soup noise that.
He's doing the
For
dog
some
thing.
reason-
He's just lapping at it with his tongue.
I heard that.
Slick, 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 slick.
Oh,
Stop it.
God.
Get full, get full, get full.
Get full, get full, get full. I hate all of you.
Need that regeneration buff, baby. Anyway, so slurp, slurp, slurp aside, and Bark lapping at his bowl of soup like a puppy. The bowls of soup have all been doled out. Those who want to eat have food, and the those who are of your retinue that were assigned to you by the king, who are present, are sitting and listening.
Well, I hope it's. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on, Ram. Yeah, you
No, it's
about
just
to say question?
Maria just kind of just says, "Well, what do you want to talk about?"
Well, in truth, I was curious of you. All of you. This is no small undertaking, but how do I put this? I will
Just-
begin this by prefacing, as my companions here have so often said, that I am not very good when it comes to. What's the term?
Subtlety.
Subtlety is a good version of saying these things, yes.
Yes, Jorik says, so you're a social battering ram. I know a few like you."
Yes, that actually is a wonderful way. See, I like him. That's how we're going to do it. That makes me sound strong. Anyways.
Mm.
I see.
Just under his breath, it's like, it makes you sound like a tool.
What'd you say?
Case in point.
No, I thought it, but I didn't expect you to say it.
I have a hard way of navigating through conversation. So if I speak that in a way that may come as an insult, I want you to know that that is not my intention. But you have taken up a very dangerous mission by coming with us. Rather, these bandits or these organized criminals are relatively nothing, but you're passing into enemy territory, which could constitute a war. But through all of this, I have to ask, why do you follow your king?
Maria taps her soup spoon to her lips and says, "For a second, I was going to ask why, I thought you were going to ask why we accepted the mission, to which my response would have been, because my king asked that of us. The king ordered us to do so, and I am his knight.
Which I had assumed.
Like, for me personally, I can't speak for Jorik. Well, it should come as no surprise that this is not the first time we've done such missions. He selected us for this because he can trust us to get missions like this finished. And that comes not just through blind trust, but through prior experience. It's not our first time exploring beyond enemy territory, dealing with unpleasant elements, rooting out corruption, and taking on a dangerous mission. Quite honestly, we'd undertake a dangerous mission practically twice a month. That is our place. The more competent you are within the King's Court, the busier you tend to be.
Ah.
Double-edged sword. We are well compensated for it, and any family we have is taken care of should the worst come to pass. But it's not just because of the compensation. Because at that point, if the risks come too great, no amount of compensation can ever outweigh the loss of one's life. I do it because I trust my king, and because there's a duty that needs doing, and I have full trust that what he's asking of us has a greater point to it. There is a reason for why it's being done, and it is one that is greater than just myself. As for why I follow my king in general, well, I wouldn't be a knight if it weren't for him. I wouldn't be anywhere where I am if it wasn't for him. You could say he almost bought my loyalty, in a way, if you look at it in a crude manner. No doubt there have been people who have insinuated as much to me when I explain my loyalty to them. I shrug them off and I say that they are simply looking for a reason to devalue my service to him. What my king did for me was he gave my family opportunity. He elevated their station within the nation because of our contributions to the kingdom, and made it so that in a country where previously knights were required to be nobility, they were required to be landed nobles to even qualify for a position of knighthood, those who show sufficient loyalty and, in many cases, martial prowess can find themselves knighted. My king in particular, I was a servant, a serf to another knight, one who succeeded, the one who I succeeded. And where previously he and his retinue were sent to beat back a small crusading party that was close to the capital, and where there were no other, or very few, capable hands able to pitch in, my lord took his band, rode there, and to the last, all of us, serfs included, fought to drive the enemy away. My lord fell in that fight, but when reinforcements finally came, and it was simply myself and one other young lad left over, caked in blood, gripping a half-blunt dagger, as I, to be quite honest, was scared for my life and waiting for the next wave of enemies to come. I hadn't even realized that they were all dead at that point, and fled. And what previously was desperation, many called bravery, my king did not, but still said that I had the makings to be an actual warrior. He saw that I had fought to the last, protected those I could, even though I failed. Asked me if I wanted to be trained as a warrior, ignoring the fact that I was a serf and a halfling, who we are normally, ironically and truthfully so, often overlooked stations of martial prowess. We're not often thought of as warriors and swordsmen and other such. We're usually relegated to herbalists and farmers and cooks and thieves. He looked me in the eye and asked, "Do you want to be a warrior. Do you want to be a knight? I said, yes, my lord. He said, good. Pick up that sword, start training. I did. A new generation of soldiers were trained. Those who showed the best aptitude were picked aside and were given extra sponsorship, better tutors, and eventually he created a new class of knight that was nothing like the previous, where before it was all bound to one's blood. Now it is based upon one's merit within the army. It judged me as being fit for service directly to the crown. Not just because I fight well, though I can, but also I have other skills, as a knight is required to be varied in their skill set. The soup I cooked is one of the reasons I can keep a moving band of soldiers who normally require quite a bit of food fed and able, even when rations are slim and pickings are even slimmer. We all serve our purpose. We all cover each other's necks. We all have our weaknesses that our compatriots can see to. Jorik is our magician. He is, quite frankly, one strong gust of wind away from being blown away. My job is to keep him safe. His job is to keep us safe from magical threats and supernatural threats. Jane and John, their purpose is to keep us safe from things that are more subtle, more hidden, than we otherwise expect. And our job as Knights of Lorbus is to take care of specialized tasks that throwing an army at would not otherwise be solved. I follow my king because I think his wisdom is worthy of that. I think he is wise, capable, humble, willing to do what needs to get done. I trust his judgment on people, on who he selects to get those tasks done. And even if it might be a slight bit egotistical for myself, if his character judgment says that I am worthy of completing those tasks, or I'm capable of doing so, I trust that. And then Jorik to the side goes, in way less words, the king knows what he's doing, and that's why I follow him.
I see. Well, that sheds more light on why you do so. I can't say I'm surprised. In truth, I had assumed it was something of that nature, but if anything, it only clarifies what I had already suspected.
What's that?
Oh, well, nothing.
Jorik gives you an odd look askance.
I am new to this idea of rule, and Guillermo, as I have come to know him, in truth is the closest thing to a monarch that I have seen, albeit he is very vocal of the idea that he doesn't want it, nor can I entirely blame him. But up until then, I had only flashes of what leadership was. My father was a dragon, and one of some renown, not in a good way, would be putting it lightly. But I have bore witness to his followers, his worshippers, as it were, as they some saw him as a god, others feared him and what might he could bring. And I did not want to go down that path. And it brings me some joy to see that you can have leadership without needing to, well, for lack of a better term, be a massive destruction engine hell-bent on world domination.
It does sound to me as if your prior examples were not of a king, but of a despot. In which case, I'm very sorry that's what you had to experience. Well, we've all, I think, suffered under the yoke of an unjust ruler at one time or another for any length of time. And I think, quite honestly, that's what our king fears doing the most. He fears that in his self-felt insufficiency as a king, his unpreparedness and unreadiness, he feels as though he's going to somehow, through ignorance, turn into such a thing. Because if I'm going to be quite honest, you need only look at some of the more petty lords and nobles across the Quadranon. You need only look to what is happening in the duchies or in Aerodine to see just how easily someone who is ignorant can harm and deprive their people. It takes very little to make a bad ruler. It takes a lot to make a good one.
Yes. That's what I've been seeing so far, at the very least. Which, if anything, only lends more credence to the fact that though I'm strong and I intend to lead through my strength, I also intend to lead fairly, and it doesn't have to be the only thing. I wonder how my troglodytes are doing.
Excuse me, troglodytes?
Oh yes. In the previous nation of which we traveled, we were in the Mordani Confederacy, and well, for lack of a better term, I became their king, king of troglodytes, quite literally. Though their ways were very similar to the ways of old, where it was through strength and might alone. I had hoped to change that, but I came very quickly to the understanding that you cannot make a change so great with so little time. So I slew their champion, and I was handed over the leadership of a band of troglodytes, and eventually, well, I named a champion and I departed as I had other prior engagements and I needed myself to be stronger before I could retake my ancestral home. So my fellowship
You live
is...
an interesting life.
I miss my kids.
I miss my kids.
I think I and the other party can also act as witnesses to this. We can confirm this.
Yes, they were all there when I turned into a giant monster along with my Vair, my brother.
My Vair.
You really have to explain more about that to us at some point. But for now, let's just put that on the back
I feel
burner.
like there's a lot of questions that are being brought up that were never answered, and this whole transformation into a monster thing, that's possibly something that might have been nice to be informed about before we were sharing tents together.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine.
Are you
It
certain?
hasn't happened since. Oh, it hasn't happened since, and I sleep away from everybody, just to be safe.
I like that
just
bring up the magic radiation thing with Karya, and then someone just covers his mouth immediately.
Flick as Karya is saying, "Oh, it's fine." He just mouths, "It's not."
Please help us.
I'll take your word. Now then. I think it's getting a bit late. It's probably good that we get to sleep now. We'll be mobilizing very early tomorrow. And Jorik will be taking over first watch. I will be the next one, and then he'll take over after me again. John and Jane will return when they return, I believe. They have their own orders and their own movements that they must make while they are here. No doubt they're already looking into potential avenues of investigation. So yes,
Holo Holo will raise a hand.
we're back in school, yes?
Yeah. I'm willing to take one. I'm willing to take a watch if need be.
Same here.
Well, having double
good
duty
night.
on watch isn't necessarily a bad thing. Will be a nice change of pace. Just make sure you do get enough rest. We don't want to have anybody falling asleep like Saren did.
I'm currently very
Speaking of,
receptive.
Siren probably isn't gonna be able to fall asleep for a while. so she could also watch. She's currently like, I want to say like 30 to 40 feet away from the inner circle of the campfire, laying in a field, just looking up at the night sky.
Question there is, if she were to offer once she's a little more there, Maria's question there would be, would she be able to pay attention, or would she be distracted? Because if you're on,
she would be very, very alert.
Yeah, because the question, like if you're, Maria's assertion is that if someone's going to take watch, they gotta be like have their mind clear and ready to pay attention to the surroundings, and not be distracted by anything that might be plaguing their minds.
No, yeah. The whole purpose of her laying in the field is to clear her mind and calm herself down.
Okay.
And she would be very alert.
Okay. All right. That is everybody's cue to turn in for the night. And
Alarm.
is being cast.
Yes.
Watch stations are being taken up.
Yep.
I don't know.
Hole will still like to go for watch, so
Okay. You may
but
to
second,
simplify things. You take up you take over a watch with Lady Maria. I would say that Flick ends up going with Jork, and then you have a third watch which relieves people and gives them a bit more sleep. That might be a mix between Flick and Siren. That way you've got people who require less sleep in each watch, just in case one of the or the more sleepy people ends up dozing off at some point.
another thing to say, I'm also an elf.
Yep. Yeah. No, that's what
that's
I'm taking into account. The fact that you only need like 6 or 4 hours of sleep. It's meditative.
Mhm.
So yes, the night passes without any event as morning light dawns, cracking through the dewy leaves of the forest. And those who wake up early find that Lady Maria is already extinguishing the embers of the fire and getting things packed. Doesn't take long to get the camp broken down, packed into the wagon, and for everything to get moving again. Resume travel.
Resuming travel, you say?
Yes.
Back on the road.
The road again.
I'm on the road again.
Roll again.
Not know that
Just
song.
can't
rolling.
wait.
I literally have never listened to that song in my entire life.
I hear it in movies and only in movies.
I
Yeah,
haven't
with my
heard it.
friends.
You know, my
I
other
can't wait to get
Goodbye.
on the road again.
Reach out my hand.
here's my favorite travel song though is "Rollin', Rollin', 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 Ride."
Okay.
My favorite travel song is, what was that one? Making my way downtown, walking fast,
No.
faces past the homebound.
Bobby.
And I need you. And I miss you.
Okay. Cacophony
My favorite, my,
down
I was
by
about to say
about
my
3
favorite version was
notches.
the one with Terry Crews.
The sun rises.
My
us.
favorite is the what do you call it? With it
Oh,
And I need you. Oh.
yes.
No.
Yeah. Was that? Is that Chris Rock? I think it was Chris Rock.
No, it wasn't
Was
Chris
it
Rock. It was
any-
like a random. It was a random YouTuber who made
Really?
that one. With,
Sounds like Chris Rock.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to sound like a gun, is what it is. But
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Anyway. Yeah, that one.
That's a machine gun.
Yeah. Yeah,
Drive,
that's it. That's it.
drive,
Anyway,
Drive your car gently down the road. Merrily,
These boots
merrily, merrily,
are made for
merrily,
walking.
life is but a
That's
dream.
just what they'll do.
Okay, let's go.
Boots
We're
are
going
made
on
for
the trip.
walking.
Yes, we're
Going to-
going. I'm
your
imagining that we're
favorite
all like
piece of-
providing like radio music on the wagon.
everybody's
Sorry,
just
it's
singing
my-
out
Sorry,
of
it's just like,
like
ugh.
6 different like backseat radios in the wagon with him.
Once was like a lull in the cacophony. Flick probably whips out like a couple sea shanties here and there.
God, I could
Yo,
kill all
someone
of
pass me
you.
the
Thing
aux
is,
cord.
nobody here actually has performed singing or anything like that. So,
So it's all terrible.
Except me.
Except Flick actually might.
Yeah, no,
Someone-
I do.
Well, hold on.
Someone-
Singing it just captioned with soothing nautical music in the background.
Hey, I have performed oratory. I can do some lyrical master shit.
You can do
Perform what?
speeches.
You can do rap battles.
I can do rap battles. Your
Mm.
mama dead. Your father
Your
dead.
mama dead. Okay. Before we continue to lose the fucking plot,
Goodbye, fairies. All right. Now,
My one contribution.
Oh my god.
Yes. now
I didn't get one. Pass me the aux cord.
ask me.
Uh,
me
he's
the
pass me the
Shut
sending stone. Anyway,
Let's be the
Ah,
sending
no.
stone.
1 second.
Oh no.
Oh no. What is that roll?
That's a roll. It is a die hitting a table for a reason.
Don't worry about it.
Is it a good reason? Is it a bad reason? You'll find out now.
Don't worry about it.
As the trail you're driving along, which is normally covered in a canopy of deciduous leaves and branches, clears a little bit as you enter what looks to be a crossroad. Or you approach what looks to be a crossroad. In the center is a signpost which points in 3 different directions. Here is where you start seeing the first signs of things like low stone walls and we call it hedges and such that line the road. Not kempt in any way, but still assumably planted there to act as sort of a definition for the shape of the road. And as you start approaching the crossing, I would like a perception from anybody, actually. Anybody that wants to give a
good.
perception, or you give a perception.
I mean, I guess I'll probably have to do it anyways.
Yes,
'cause
sir.
I'm out front.
Actually,
You could.
cool. Actually, Rami, real quick, since I did that later, since I cast a spell later, would see beyond still be in effect, or would that have gone away by now?
It's the start of a new day. I would say you would have to recast.
Oh, okay. No, okay. I was just curious if it literally had the 24-hour.
Yeah, you cast it like at 8, 9 in the morning last time, so it would be getting close to the expiration
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll roll.
Okey-dokey.
23.
Kind of lazing out the back of the cart. So I'll toss my hand this ring.
27 from Vark. 23 from 21 from Chin. Okay, is that everybody that's gonna roll perception?
Yeah, I rolled an
Oh wait,
8.
me.
Yeah, I got
Okay.
a 9.
Yay!
Uh,
A 35.
Nice.
Holy
Okay.
damn.
Melody, as you're going by now, you smell it before you see it. The
Oh.
scent of metal on the air. Blood.
Oh shit, Vair
Oh.
might be able to get that too.
Too
Vair
late.
has scent. Damn it.
Yes, it's the smell of blood on the air. And a little bit of
Ew.
brimstone?
Well,
Fire. Where there's brimstone, there is fire.
Brimstone is sulfur.
Oh, I have no idea what brimstone was.
Brimstone
Sulfur,
is sulfur. It's usually associated with things like volcanoes and stuff like that.
and hell.
It smells like devil work.
Mhm.
I mean, in this world, the devils, the cosmology is a bit different. Devils don't associate or aren't generated the same way here that they are in other settings. As a matter of fact, devils really aren't present for the most part, nor are demons or anything like that. There's very little
I
interaction.
recall that.
You may.
I
if-
recall that like tieflings can have a sulfur-like smell to them.
That is true. That is very true. If you would like to, can you, since that connection has been made, whether in character or out of character, you can roll me a knowledge religion to see if that actually has any connection to anything like divine or infernal.
All right.
So, oh wait, I don't know this. Can I say what I was gonna say real quick?
What's that?
And this is very weird, but how in the little books that I got, how was it described that the Catalopius or Catalopia, however you
Cataplepus?
pronounce it? Yeah, Catoblepas, yeah.
The
How does it
Catoblepas
smell?
likes to dwell in rotten, fetid, stagnant swamps, and
Oh, okay, and they're probably not
those
as
can
good,
smell
yeah.
like sulfur. Because
Oh.
they're,
But we're in a
but
forest.
yeah, like bogs and swamps can smell like that. But you guys are in the middle of a temperate forest.
Okay, so probably
gotta-
not.
Okay.
But
Mallory, as far as you know, like, sulfur isn't really connected in any way to devils or demons. Devils and demons tend to have very little presence on the mortal plane. Devils are an existent thing in this world. They don't look like how we typically tend to expect them to. Horns, red skin, hooves, all that. That is a way they can look. Most devils don't look like that. And they're what you expect to be for the most part. They exist to make deals and thrive, and they get their sustenance from that. Demons are a different can of worms that anytime they crop up tends to be bad news. And they tend to be a little more on the icky, smell like death and rot and sulfur side of things.
That makes it worse. I'm stressing.
Demons,
I will-
demons, as far as you know from your previous studies, are incarnations of nearly pure malignant chaos, and when they show up, they start making everything they touch just worse.
If there's a
Mhm.
dragon around this corner, if that's what we're going with, like I don't know what it could be, but if I hear fire and brimstone and it's not a demon or it's not some kind of devil from the hells, and I immediately then think of dragons next, if it is, I'm gonna leave. We're not doing this.
I'm gonna leave.
Wagons.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna.
gone.
I mean, I think
I'm gonna go
I think
get
we're
milk.
strong enough. I think we're strong enough.
We took a wyvern
Huh?
and nearly died.
You think a wyvern is comparable? Anyway,
No, it's not in the slightest, which
Nope.
is why I'm saying we nearly died.
yeah. So, as the
Slowly
cart
selecting
the cart
spells.
continues to near the clearing, is there anything you'd like to do before you guys approach? Because you're seeing the signpost, you're seeing them get close, and you can see what looks like carts and wagons halted at the clearing, at the crossroad.
Are there people
Are they
in?
empty?
No,
No, it is not.
I would like to start making our funeral arrangements now.
Uh-huh.
don't mind
I-
me just.
Hmm?
Don't mind me just selecting my spells.
Done
Well,
that
I
earlier.
already did that.
I already did that. Me.
I don't have to select
Well-
the spells. Ha 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 ha.
Well, I mean, to be
Neither
fair,
do
like,
I.
it's something I should do. It's only two. I have most of my spells locked in.
Mhm. So, as you approach the crossroad, you see the wagons and carts aren't empty. Are there living people in them? No. Scattered about the wagons and carts. Some of them still in their seats, arrows piercing their necks or their chest.
Ugh.
Those on the ground, some of them bear very obvious marks of sword slashes and axe chops and various stages of mutilation and murder. There was very obviously an attack in this group. And Mallory and, I would say, Vark and... what do you call it? And Hollow, you would notice one of the wagons is knocked over, and you see one of the barrels is cracked and something is spilling out. You see sort of yellow powder seeping out of the cracked seal of the barrel, which you would recognize to be sulfur. Refined sulfur.
Oh, that was
Me
sulfur.
and Mark looking at it like, hey, we can use that.
Hmm.
But yeah, no.
If you didn't tell us what it was, I was gonna have Mallory taste it. So thank you.
Yes, tastes like
Oh.
smells and tastes like rotten eggs and death.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Now make a fortitude save.
Wonderful.
Anyway,
Ah, wonderful.
as you and your whole retinue, you guys will look at roll 20.
Oh my
Uh,
god.
Mhm.
You and
Oh
your whole
my
retinue.
God.
they
Oh my
come up-
God.
You come up
Oh,
to
there's
the
a person there still at the
yes. As you guys come to a slow rolling stop in the crossroad, as Maria and Jorik themselves are regarding the clearing with suspicion, including the man in the center. There is in fact a man kneeling over one of the corpses. seems to be inspecting it down on one knee.
All right. So, what do we do?
We kill him. A joke. Yeah.
I want to
Hey, Alex,
detect.
thanks for looking.
No
I wanna-
witnesses.
I want to detect alignment.
Want to detect alignment?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Wait, let me, because this is a really fun thing that I can do as an Inquisitor that I completely forgot I could do.
Oh. Oh no.
I can do it at will, so I'll detect for everything. Both all good, evil, law, and chaos.
Everything.
I'll rapid flash detect alignment.
Just you see fucking
evil,
caramel
no, blink.
dancing, fucking rapid color change eye strobe in Mallory's eyes. But yes, sorry, you were going. Wait, what? From Frank?
I was saying that it's blink evil, blink good, blink neutral. No.
So,
Back to
In rapid
over and over
succession,
again.
you cast more or less detect chaos, detect evil, detect good, and detect law.
Yes.
And your final result that you get from scanning this individual, as he looks up to see the cart trundling up, regarding you all, giving you a little wave before going back to sort of rustling at the body, you detect lawful good.
Oh, he's okay. Oh, we can trust him.
Hmm.
Yes.
Probably.
The man himself seems to be in like just for the most part he grabs the body by both shoulders, then with a heave flops it over so it's laying on its back. As he inspects the face, takes out a notebook which he flips open, compares something in it to the face, nods to himself, then looks back to the cart and says, don't worry, there's been a bandit attack here. Kev thinks for a moment and says, I do believe they fled off somewhere northeast if you're looking for them. I'll take care of this here. As he then looks at the body, inspects it, then puts a hand to its chest, and then pulls on something as then a wisp of something light green coalesces into his palm, pulling out of the body's chest.
Can I spellcraft check that?
Sure.
Monk.
Would you like to back that up with any sort of detection spell, or are you just gonna eyeball that?
Well, considering the fact that I don't have any detection spells, but the best I got is read magic, which is a cantrip.
And that's for
Oh.
that's for written script.
Mhm.
Pretty sure I know what this is.
Oh no, also there's also detect magic, so.
Mhm.
I don't have that selected though. Oh well.
Yeah. Mallory, your detection is still going, I would assume.
Yeah.
Draco, that doesn't look like any sort of spell that you know. At least as far as you know, that doesn't look like a spell. There was no incantation, there were no hand signs, there was no spell cast. So it might be something inherent.
I'm just gonna go ahead and, even if this is nothing, if we encounter something later on, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Dodging Danger on Vark and Flick.
Okay.
The two right in front of me.
Cast a spell on them.
As soon as Cern does this, Flick is going to scan around us
Mhm.
to
Mallory?
see.
Mallory, can I have another knowledge religion?
Okay. Oh boy, this
Oh,
is
may
not
I
my
attempt?
strong suit.
May I attempt?
You may also attempt, yes. Though you don't have the same thing active that Mallory does, so it may make it a bit more difficult.
Yeah. Am I analyzing him as a creature?
Yes, you would be.
Okay, then
Good.
I'll get a +2 to that.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Ooh, that's really nice.
It's really good.
Oh,
I
shit.
had to, for reasons, I had to bump this up significantly.
I added the +2 already.
Okay, so 25 with the help of your detect alignment going, and a 29 from Siren without the benefit of the detect alignment. Draco, this is not a spell. Sirin and Mallory. Mallory, you're detecting an alignment from that little ball of energy in his hand. Specifically, it's lawful neutral.
Okay. So I just detect lawful, and I don't really detect anything else, so it had to be neutral.
So all you're getting from it is, like, if you continue to cycle through, you're getting a neutral emanation from that wisp. With a combined, both of your knowledge of religion checks, you're looking at him and go, he just pulled a soul out of that man's chest.
That's the Grim Reaper, bro.
Oh my god.
What the hell?
What the hell?
Is he like forcing a reincarnation or something?
Not as far as you know.
I didn't see it.
He's not. Doesn't look like he's looking to put that in somebody else. He just pulled the soul out of this body.
I mean, like guiding them into like a different cycle so they don't get trapped in there as in dead.
You have no context to be
Or
able to
maybe
know
trying to
otherwise.
ask them a question.
You have no context
I'm
to be able
just
to
gonna-
make an assumption of any kind. You like all you know is that this man just extracted a soul from this dead body.
I'm just gonna go ahead and make an educated guess as to what this is, and Siren is going to say to everyone in the party, pay close attention, listen well, as she is just like completely wide-eyed staring at this guy doing this, not her gaze unwavering.
He will then take the soul. He will inspect it, seemingly rolling it from palm to palm. Then look, he goes, "I'm sorry, I've offended you somehow."
But
Yes,
just
a
not
little bit
sure
of
what you're
numbing.
doing.
Oh, I'm collecting my end of the bargain.
Oh my god.
As he then sort of,
Oh no.
as he
Never
then
mind,
squishes
then.
it between both palms and then shoves it into his own chest.
Are you
I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Are you a devil? I class detect lies as soon as he answers.
Kind of, now that his hands are free, he kind of puts both on his hips and he says, "Well, that's a hell of a thing to ask a stranger."
Well, that's a hell of a thing to do in front of a group of strangers, isn't it?
Well, it's not my fault you came in here while I was doing business.
And it's not our fault that we happened to come into this part of the
I don't come
neighborhood.
into your establishment and start pestering you about what your profession is.
Yet.
Well, don't you think it's a bit strange extracting something from someone's body and then
What,
stuffing it inside your own chest?
Should I told him to not go die at a crossing at some point? I can control when these suckers die.
I used one of my points of arcane pool. Changing one of my spells.
Mm-hmm. It's like it's not as if I have some control over when my contractees perish. That's simply simply how it is. He has died. I've come to collect his soul.
So me being a witch, would I know what this man might be? And like, would he be a patron of some sort?
That might be a conclusion you could come to because devils don't really have much presence in your culture, young as it is, or we call it as insulated as it tends to be. So that could, like, considering the language he's using, yeah, no, that might be a decent or even a fairly educated guess to come to as a conclusion for yourself. But then he turns to Mallory and says, "And if you must be so direct, and we so prefer dancing around the point, but I guess I can't. Yes, I'm a devil. As I will. Second.
Raphael, is that you?
Hyper psycho detective.
Or someone call Max Tech.
Sprouts
Hey.
2 horns for the forehead.
Hey V, got a gig for you.
Make the fuck up, Samurai.
V got a gig for you.
Yes. As the man is just. He sighs and says, "Wasn't planning on having a big reveal today, of all things, but if you must know, yes, I am a devil."
And is that true or false?
It's true.
God.
He's telling the truth.
God.
God says he's telling the truth.
Bloody
The
hell.
god says he's on the job.
Ah,
He says,
bit odd.
if you must know, this is one of my contractees. The rest are not my business. But he perished in this bandit attack, and when I felt him pass away, I have come to honor my side of the contract, and I've come to retrieve it.
Hmm.
Yes. Is there anything else
how
you'd like
do
to?
we know that? How do we know you're not the one that caused the death?
That seems a bit counterproductive, don't you think? If I wanted his soul, I could just kill him right there.
Oh, how do we know that's not what you're doing? Perhaps you wanted to quicken this contract retrieval.
Closes his eyes for a second, hands crosses, one
Uh.
finger taps across his bicep, and he says, "What you're suggesting would be a gross breach of contract, and entirely outside of my ability. Not to mention, terribly unsporting. Most of my kind would consider that incredibly lazy, not to mention cheap. I am insulted that you would insinuate that."
He's just like Mom, for real, for real.
For real, for real. Hold on.
My sustenance from a creature's contract in their soul does not it does not wane or decrease based on time. If nothing else, it richens, and I would say it's like a fine wine. When a contract is seen full to fruition, not just to the letter but also the spirit, it often is far more gratifying than if I were to hasten the process. It would be like downing a bottle of goon as opposed to having a fine Chianti. Besides which,
Okay.
let it not be said that I'm not purely in this for my own gain. Those contractees who I particularly like sometimes benefit more from it. Those who are looking to abuse their power, sometimes I might be less giving and a little less lenient in the terms of the contract. Now, before I go distributing trade secrets, as it were, if you want to learn anything more while I'm here, as it seems you're so thirsting for information, what's that information worth to you? As he comes up, striding along, and then leans against the crossroads sign. Seems you're all very eager for information. I wouldn't be against giving it to you, but, well, I wouldn't ask for a soul for it, as I have no doubt that none of you value your souls as being equivalent to a small tidbit of information. What's it worth to you?
Karia, could you move the cart along? Perhaps we should leave. Thank you, good sir. Goodbye.
Yes, we won't be inquiring about this any further. You just go about your business, so we're sorry for interrupting you.
Pushes off the post, pats his hand, wipes his hands off, and says, "That's perfectly amenable by me. Go on, go about your day. I shall be going about
One day.
one day.
Oh, oh,
One day.
oh,
One day what?
Look at
Of my
That's almost
lifespan.
my word.
One day of your
One
lifespan.
day of my lifespan.
He narrows his gaze a little bit at you, Mallory, and says, "You know what? Give me two, and I'll throw in a little something to sweeten the deal."
I'll consider it if you tell me what it is that you're throwing in.
How about some information about your grandmother?
My grandmother.
Grandmother? Your real grandmother. The one that gave you that little nub of a horn on your forehead. I see that crooked halo, even if you haven't got it out. Such things are not disguised to the eyes of a devil or even an angel. You don't have to take that offer. In fact, if we actually solidify this deal, I'll even give you a way to contact me at a later date if you actually want to. If you find the information is satisfactory and you've had time to consider. I'm not one to push a deal. I've got plenty of income, as it were, without having to be some sort of harrying hawk chasing after potential clients. Sometimes I like being an information broker as opposed to a soul-slinging vitality draining horror of mankind.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's just nice to talk.
Yes, please reserve those for the Mordani Confederacy.
Oh, I have good dealings with the Mordani Confederacy. They're very prompt with their payments. I don't like them very much, but as opposed to some of my contractees, at least they're on time.
Mallory will ponder this for just a few moments, and then he will extend his hand toward Hollow Hollow in the cart and say, "Hand me a piece of paper."
Ah, a contract. Lovely. I do like it when they're proactive.
Of course, you asked to someone who. Of
You
course,
give me
you
a piece of paper.
no, wait, actually, hold on, before he does this, like, is this any form of, like, heresy for me to draft this for someone?
No,
for you, no.
I can write it down.
Again, you
I-
always...
No, he's not talking to, he's talking to his cappies in particular.
The capybaras look up at you and say, I don't know what sort of entity this is. Like, what do you call it? Lolo in particular is like, I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be. It sounds like kind of what happens between the shamans back home and the Koopas. This is different. This is really different. This is something we don't really deal with. But if there's one thing I know, contracts aren't heresy where we come from. Just gotta make sure you're clever about it.
Mallory, how can you be sure that he's not going to take advantage of you?
Because I vet everyone I see, especially when they're doing something suspicious initially.
Oh god, no.
That doesn't mean that they will never break their contract.
She's quite right. There, besides my very nature to its core, there is no guarantee I won't break my contract. He looks up to Jork, who's right next to him, who has looked like he's bitten to an onion. But the man himself smirks and then turns to the party and says, "You yourself have no prior experience that would inform you of that, and so have no reason to trust me. So I understand this. However, I literally cannot break contracts. Once it is written on a piece of paper, both are signed, and both parties are fully consensual in the agreement, I cannot turn against the contract. Now, if you were to attack me here at this crossroad, I could kill all of you with a second thought. But I won't, because there would be no point to that. I would just be wasting energy, and I would not be able to harvest your souls."
How do you feel about loopholes?
I think if you're inventive enough to find one, that's perfectly fine. It would be my fault for not finding them. I don't seek them out because I prefer to act in good faith, because that usually promotes better business. I find those who look for loopholes, specifically devils who seek them, to be lazy. It is not as if I don't have eternity to spend and I need to waste so much energy, hours upon hours every day, that I could be enjoying doing something else, scrambling for a loophole in a contract to eke out that little bit extra soul energy. What a waste.
I don't think he's that bad. Anyways, here you go, and he's gonna hand Mallory a piece of paper.
Mallory will proceed to dismount Esmeralda and use the saddle part as a sort of,
Backing.
Backing. And then he'd write a pretty ironclad contract, lacking any loopholes, just writing down what needs to be said during which period, and after the transaction is done, the contract will be fulfilled.
Okay.
It's not extensive. It's not going to last beyond any.
It's
period
not
of time.
it's not like to the end of the universe for all of time, like fucking Hollywood does it.
It's just like in this time slot,
All right then. Roll me a professional logistics. And then what are you asking specifically? Because if you're going to write an ironclad contract, you have to include what you're going to be asking the devil.
I'm going to be asking the devil the whereabouts of the bandits, what they were wearing, how long ago they fled in a certain direction, and also, in which exact direction.
Well, he said north, if I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, that was him being
he did.
imprecise.
Yeah, it's not really precise when they say, "Hey, I think they went north."
He
But
gives
if
you
he's a
the
devil,
exact coordinates.
Okay.
Yeah, if
so,
he's a devil, he can probably give an exact location.
Okay, so what's the you're asking how long ago they fled north, the direction, what else?
Let me actually write this down.
Together.
Let's see. Let's see. What are the 5 W's again?
Where,
Who, where?
what, who, where, when, what.
Yeah, those are the who, where, when, what, and how.
Yes.
Shake my hand.
Sorry,
Come
who,
on.
What, when, where, what, why, and how.
Yeah, who,
Seven.
wait,
Who,
why and how.
who, what, when,
Then
why,
where, why, and how.
who, what, when, why, and how. That's 6.
Yes, the 5 W's plus the H.
It's the H, yes. Which some people think still swear as a vowel. Same with Y. Anyway,
In addition to information about his grandmother, and he exchanges 2 days of his lifespan for it.
Okay.
This is where Mallory comes forward and says that they're immortal and they actually do not have a destined day.
Now roll me that logistics roll.
Oh,
Wait
right.
a minute. This is actually a question I have as a player. If someone makes a contract with the devil, so let's say this contract goes through 2 days of his life for this information. At the end of his life, it's cut short by 2 days. No, however, in whatever way he dies, the devil comes back to collect his end of the bargain. Doesn't that mean that he collects Mallory's soul 2 days early, and then is forever holding onto his soul, and
No,
Mallory is
because he
trapped
didn't-
inside of the devil?
He didn't say you may have my soul 2 days before 2 days before I
Oh,
would
I
normally
see.
die. He said you may have a day or 2 of my lifespan.
Yeah.
I see. It's
So you can just take it now.
So yes.
Oh.
All I need is that roll.
Yep.
There
A
you go.
17.
Okay. You draft out a perfectly acceptable contract that would work in a professional setting. You sign it with your quill, hand it to the devil in question, as he takes the quill himself, and then in a dizzying series of blurred strokes signs his name in the contract in a language you do not comprehend.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, with that, the devil then takes the contract for himself, rolls it up, and says, "So, to your questions. As I understand out of the contract, you have questions about the bandits and then your grandmother."
Yes.
Right. Well, the bandits killed these individuals, as I understand it from when I felt it, about 5 hours ago. So they are in a fairly early stage of decomposition. They have just entered rigor mortis. And as he paces back over, kind of in the direction of the whole thing, he says, "The bandits slaughtered them, took some of the more valuable things that they could carry, as there were only 2 or 3 of them, caught them by surprise, got the guards in the neck with arrows, and then when the merchants were completely unguarded, slaughtered them, man, woman, and child. They then fled to the northeast. If you follow this trail up the way about half a mile, take a bend at the road in the right. You will then follow them about another quarter mile until eventually you'll find them in a small clearing in a copse of birch trees.
Round the bend to the right.
So
And
when you
another
turn
half mile.
turn your right, it will be a small dirt bridge over a thin river trail. That's how you'll know it's the
Miles.
proper turn to take.
Thin river trail by a copse of birch trees.
Does that answer your question about when this happened and what direction they went?
Yes. And I'm guessing why is greed.
Oh, absolutely. One of the most cardinal sins of humankind. Indeed, all mortal kind. And one that is a driving survival instinct that sometimes boils over to something a little more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate,
And-
but unavoidable.
And when it comes to the what question, could that surround what they used, what type of gear they were wearing?
Oh, well, I suppose so. I'll be lenient with that, considering you're planning on going after those animals. So I have no problem with you knowing a bit more. They were clad in typical gear. They, for the most part, were in boiled leathers. I can only assume, due to how good the weapons were in comparison, that they either had been given them by some other group or were... Actually, no. All things considered, the blades were too clean to have been something they stole recently. I would say they probably are being given those weapons by a third party. So I'd be careful about that. They may have slightly better quality weapons than you might expect of a group of ruffians. That answers the what, as well as I suppose also covered in what they avoided the heavier things to carry along. Though you can he points over to this cart here, which is laden. He says, which is loaded down with pounds upon pounds of alchemical processes and chemical ingredients and reagents. I suppose they didn't have any sort of knowledge or interest in such things. Otherwise, they probably would have carted off that large barrel of saltpeter.
Perfect. Hello, Vark. Please go get that.
I'm
Are you
actually
sure
gonna look
that's?
over at the.
Are you sure that's wise?
Yeah, Holo is actually gonna, before he goes through he's gonna look at the the lady. I keep forgetting the halfling.
Lady Maria.
Yeah, Lady Maria. Oh no, Lady Maria. Anyways, he's gonna look. He's
Just
gonna
get
look over here. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, no. Just oh no. But he's gonna look over and say, "Would that be ethical?"
Turns and says. She looks overall displeased with the whole thing, but she never interfered. And she says, beyond potentially being checked for customs and being found with barrels of possibly flammable and explosive chemicals by the police and guards of Rosaino, which could get us in under all sorts of scrutiny. That is a risk to carry around in our wagon, and those barrels are labeled, she points over, with a stamp from a merchant company. We have those, and we don't have the proper paperwork or the corroborative testimony, will be found as thieves.
Oh, I don't want to take it all. I just want to take small portions of it.
Yes, I was going to say, we don't need a barrel. We just bust open the top and take whatever's left.
The devil shrugs and he says, well, I mean, if you want to be thieves, sure. Still,
I refuse to be a thief.
We aren't being thieves.
Point is, that stuff doesn't belong to you. You'll be taking that from somebody. Just because those people are dead doesn't mean that stuff there on the ground doesn't belong to something. I admire the pragmatism, but when you're talking about ethics, that still belongs to somebody.
Am I being spoken to about ethics? But that tracks.
That's right about that, actually.
If there's anybody that would know, if there's anybody knows anything about the letter of the law, he takes both thumbs and he points to himself and says, "It's this guy."
This guy. Oh yeah. Well, Siren will say.
Flick just mutters under his breath. I probably would take him.
Siren will say, he's right, and moreover, shouldn't we consider burying these poor people before even thinking about taking anything from them?
Oh, look, a note of compassion. I was hoping to see that today.
The reality is that this is going to be pretty morbid. Their bodies will be here, but their killers may not be by the time we leave. If we make haste, we can catch them, and then we may return to bury them.
That is true. Assuming we were coming back this way to get back to... What is it? Lorbus?
Back to Lorbus. He kind of shrugs and says, well, I mean, nobody's going to stop you. It's a free road.
All right. Perhaps that would be wiser then.
Are you telling me there's such thing as paid roads?
Perhaps.
I don't like the idea of leaving behind corpses on the road.
I don't either, but
I shouldn't think you would need a whole.
Point.
I shouldn't think you need a whole group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people to hunt down a small group of dirty bandits. I'm sure a couple of you can stay behind and bury the bodies.
Indeed, I was going to suggest if one of you, because frankly,
Oh,
You
I
know,
just went.
In the north, there is a what's it called? A burial custom. Because the ground is too frozen, they can't pierce it with their shovels. They instead pile up the bodies and burn them. It is a very time-effective manner of performing a proper burial. And we can also get on with it.
As contractee and as you are currently privy to information, I am allowed to do this. In the north, there's also not usually flammable trees nearby.
That is fair.
Well, this is a
Imported
clear-
firewood is.
My thoughts was to use the alchemical reagents to punish the bandit's stupidity, but I'm okay. Whatever.
Again, flammable forest.
Hmm.
I would not suggest lobbing a barrel or even a pouch full of sulfur and saltpeter at a group of bandits, even if it would be ironic. That may result in some serious casualties. That's it.
Well, here's what I can suggest.
I do control water
I
to a degree.
I do have a contract to fulfill before I make my way away, as I'm not, as seeing as I have collected my payment, I don't have to be here any longer, except for, dear, Mallory here. Now, we have covered the what, the why, the how, when, where, of course, is obvious here and where they are now.
Actually, did we get the why?
Yes.
Yeah, greed.
Oh, that was literally okay.
Yeah, they were raiding them and ransacking them. But when, where, why, and how. As for who, yes. Well, I could give you their names, but I doubt you care.
I don't mind getting their names.
This could possibly work in your favor as an intimidation tactic if you already know their names. Their leader is named Crowley.
All right. Crowley, hold on.
His first
Isn't
name
that
Alan.
ironic?
Is it first name?
Isn't that a little ironic?
Yes,
Yeah, because
very-
Crowley's
What?
the name of a demon as well.
Yes,
I
it
Well,
is.
definitely-
not but
I'm thinking of Alistair Crowley.
Alan
Yeah.
Crowley is where that comes
Yeah.
from. It's
Yeah,
really a demon.
Possibly. And that might be just a hint of irony. Anyway, he will then say, and now for our second part of the contract. I think this is a bit more confidential, so I'm going to come here and whisper in your ear.
hmm
You come closer, dear.
And Melody is gonna dismount.
And he,
He already did, actually.
I would like everybody to deafen and mute.
Okay.
1
Okay.
second. Yep.
Oh, give me a memento.
Yeah, turns out I'm going to probably be doing this a lot more in coming sessions. Yes. Peppy, I would like you also deafen if you could.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the button right now.
It's right next to the mute button.
Not on my phone for some
You
reason.
don't have
I'm
a
just
you
gonna
don't have a
leave
headphone
someone
button? Okay, he left. All right. As the man leans in close and says, "I don't know you personally. So far, sorry if that came across that way, but I do know your grandmother. I suppose you could say it's great-great-great-grandmother. I didn't want to waffle on with that, but I know her and I know the trace she leaves on the mortal plane and the trace she left on your family. I'm familiar with the deal she made with the Charmaines. Put simply, why you are what you are. This interesting mix of celestial and corrupted fallen blood. Your great-grandmother made a deal with the Charmaines as their bloodline was weakening, becoming more prone to defects. They asked for an infusion of stability into the blood. So she agreed. They thought she was gonna use some sort of spell or magic to make their children more healthy, but what she did, in a twist of irony, was she imparted her own blood into theirs. So the Charmaines, ever since then, carried her influence through generations. And because they were so desperate, they didn't bother to look at the terms of the contract. As it turns out, she owns your entire family's family, because you're all technically her children, meaning all of your souls belong to her. She's out there somewhere, and while I'm sure she's just waiting for the last of your bloodline to die, I'm not sure where exactly you are. I know that many of you were extinguished in the rebellion, but the fact that you're alive says good things for you, I think, as well as good things for your own soul. As long as your bloodline survives, she cannot claim all of the souls of your family. Not yet. So, be careful. She's still out there. She's still making deals. She's still taking souls, as we all do. We all do that. She's not like me. She doesn't work on good faith. She takes a sick pleasure in wringing every soul, every person, for as much as they can offer, as much as they aren't willing to offer. So, find her. If you hear mention of her, it's just not getting involved, because she'll probably do everything she can to sweet talk you, and whatever she says, don't believe her. And he'll step back. Tavern menu. Indefinitely. Oh.
My God.
We have returned.
You have returned.
Yep.
As the demon, or the devil, I'm just gonna wait for everybody to come back.
I'll tag them right quick.
Hi.
Okay. Now it's just Junes, Heavy, and Vera.
Hello, I'm back. Who died? Anyway.
June is in the bathroom. So she'll-
Yeah, I saw. I'm sure that Mallory died a little bit on the inside.
Mallory, don't turn to drinking again. I swear to God.
Well, at least he doesn't have a
Don't
barrel.
know what happened. Don't know what happened, but
I think Vera may have also stepped away for a drink.
Me quickly having the cappies down all the alcohol on the car.
Oh God, please no. Next time they dissolve, there'll just be a puddle of booze.
They die of alcohol poisoning.
Why did you let us do that?
I don't know. Seems funny. It what? Oh no.
Fitting.
oh no.
Oh no.
As
I made it. Love. I'm legally allowed to give you.
Vera's back. Everybody's back except for June, who's gone off for a bathroom break. As the devil steps away from your ear, Mallory. Steps away from your ear, Mallory. With a small flutter of his cloak. Looks to the rest of the group, then to you, Mallory, and says, "And that is about as much as I am willing to give away for the time being. I think that's enough information for you to digest until perhaps such a time as you might want to know more. If you ever want to see me again, well, I would suggest learning the incantations and the summoning circle is extra. Charge more for that. But I'm sure you can probably find it somewhere in a sufficiently decorated library. I'm sure the Mordani can probably also sell you the methods as well, if you can't find it anywhere else. But you're going to need my name."
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to pay for that as well?
No, it comes with the first service free of charge, pro bono. Other devils might charge for that, but I find being not so exclusive sometimes helps drive better business. After all, those who only cater to those who are willing to give away everything they have find themselves with very little clientele and only dealing with the most desperate. I don't like working with the desperate.
Well, then what did that man sacrifice to give away his whole soul?
Well, are you asking for? Sorry, you're asking for what he got in exchange for his whole soul?
Yeah.
I'm assuming wealth.
Well, there have been a few
What
like
could he
that.
offer?
There have been a few who have been willing to give away everything in exchange for something. One man asked me to make him a king. So I gave him a 2x2 plot in the middle of the frontier. And it was officiated by the Mordani, who were perfectly happy to, for 100 gold measly, sell me a small plot in the middle of the frontier, perfectly and fully legally notarized to be a king of a small plot in the middle of a land where nobody has ever come back alive.
We did.
No, you haven't. You have been close to the frontier. You have not been to the frontier. If you had gone to the frontier, you would know. Believe me, I've been there. You would know if you went to the frontier.
1,000-yard stare.
Out of character. Didn't we actually go there though?
For a moment.
Yeah, I thought we teleported there for a
You
moment.
teleported there, immediately went into a troglodyte hole,
Oh.
and then left by a teleportation again.
To be fair,
Okay.
on technicalities, which the Mordani love technicalities, we technically did it.
I'm sure that
Okay.
I'm sure they'll love to put that on the advertisements. You can put that on your resume. I'm sure everybody will believe you. But no.
Okay. I wasn't aware or wasn't unsure if that where we were in was.
I mean,
considered the
technically, but
frontier or not.
you guys more or less had your foot over the threshold.
We did the step in, step out. Oh, we did
Yeah,
it.
pretty much. If you made a jaunt and then returned, you did not venture into, you did not make the trek, you did not stay there for a prolonged period of time. You didn't go to the frontier. If you did, then there would have been some very unhappy people there to greet you, who would have made it very well known that they do not appreciate your visit. But if you want to find out
There
about
was
that,
that one time those rocks fell from the sky.
ah, yes,
Or when I was smited.
yes, the
Yes, yes, I believe I recall that big old beam of light coming down from the sky. Or two beams of light, actually.
that would be the indigenous people of the frontier. They don't like visitors, and they don't like people messing with their plans. So I'm unsurprised about that.
Evidently.
Those stones. I'll give you this little bit of information pro bono. Everything else is actually going to have to come at a cost, because there's a limit to how nice I'm going to be. Those little stones are a channeling medium for their big plan for keeping people out of their home, namely to keep that whole swath of land frozen solid. But yes, my name. You may call me Armeni.
So is that with an I, like Armani, the brand, or what?
Yes, there's an I at the end. It's Armon.
Oh, Armoni. Okay. Armony. Got it.
Yeah, it sounds like harmony without the H.
Yeah, kind of, and with an I instead of the Y.
Giorgio Armani.
My full name is Armonio, but I prefer Armony. It sounds better, and the L at the end is so worn out and tried in these times.
Out of character. Hey, Arnold.
Yeah, so there's so many other devils and celestials that have an L at the EL at the end of their name. It's makes standing out very difficult. But yes,
Oh God.
yes. And everybody has seen his full picture. That's good.
Yay.
Yes, he's going to step away and say, "Oh yes," and then he's going to snap his fingers, and for a second, Mallory, you're going to feel yourself weaken. Everybody's going to visibly see as he pales even even whiter than he normally is. As the color seemingly drains from his whole figure, not just his face, but his hair, his arms, his clothing. For a second, he becomes desaturated, and then slowly color starts to bleed back into his being. As Mallory, you take 2 points of Constitution damage.
Oh,
What?
Gave up some of his lifespan.
Oh, okay. I that makes sense. I thought the information itself, not the payment.
Yes. As he then turns around, knocks on the post and says, "But if you're ever looking for a devil again, well, Crossroads is always a good place to find them."
Is that permanent?
No, damage, not drain. And he
Oh, okay.
disappears in a cloud of golden mist.
Okay, I was like, damn.
If it was
Okay,
drain,
good.
that would be a lot more than just his 2 days of his lifespan.
yeah, that would have been like, I'll give you 50 years of my life.
We don't have to call Paladin Max Tack now.
Eh.
Yes, you met a devil at the Crossroads.
Mhm.
How about that?
Wow.
That sounds like a reference to something.
Wow.
It kind of
Either way,
is.
let's
yes.
go
Crossroads
back.
Devil.
Looking back towards Siren and Mallory, if you intend to bury these people, I understand, but I don't intend to wait to let their killers get any further. So, I will be heading off.
Are we killing
I
them or are we
understand.
bringing them?
Both,
Are we killing them or
both,
bringing them?
Wait, what? Hello?
Are we killing them or bringing them to justice?
We will question them because they might be related to the people that we're looking for.
Looks over at our traveling companions. Do you want to partake in this?
Maria
By all
Ferber's
accounts,
like,
it is not within your jurisdiction. You don't have to.
well, part of our reason here is to find the potential source of whoever is hunting Vark. However, chasing threats is not why we're here. We're here to protect you and to investigate. These could just be bandits.
Indeed.
I wish
but
Jane and Joe were
bandits-
here so we could potentially send them to investigate, but
At the same time, it could be better safe than sorry.
I suppose
Wait, where did those two go off to actually?
They're around.
they've been gone since you
Oh,
guys
okay.
set up camp yesterday.
Weird.
Spies.
Siren will say, bringing them to justice, I feel, is just as important as making sure that these people are buried. I am willing to stay behind in a much smaller group just to take care of that while you all go and find these bandits, and we'll meet up with you somehow, following the directions the devil gave us.
Maria says, "In that case, I'll stay behind to protect you."
Mm.
Jork can go with the rest of the group, and you can all go after him. I doubt it will require more than the two of us to bury these bodies.
Yes.
Is that an agreement?
You
for all of
also have the direction of these bandits, so
Sure. If we get them before you do, then we can always follow that trail.
Also, real quick, I'll be right back.
Okay.
okay.
Mhm.
So. Oh, okay. Apparently Vera's internet just went down.
Oh, great.
Oh.
You know what? I want to out Vera. Not really. But you know what? I want to send this to you, Mr. DM. This is what Vera said to me before he went radio silent. He cursed himself.
Oh dear.
He cursed. He did it to himself. What can I say?
Wait, what do you mean?
Jinx.
Nothing.
Anyway. So, Maria and Siren sound like they're gonna stay behind, bury the bodies, make sure that's seen to, and the rest are gonna go off in pursuit of the bandit.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Guess we're bandit hunting. Yippee!
Bandit hunt.
Yes.
Okay.
with no healer. Oh no.
That's
It's
okay.
okay.
You don't need healing to punish people.
Yeah.
We have potions.
Yes. And you have joy.
That is true.
So wait, we're going on an adventure. We said a small little
Indeed.
detour.
We're going on a trip on our favorite rocket ship.
Doing through. Dang it.
Going
I'm gonna ready it. I'm gonna before fight starts. I'm gonna cast Mage Armor when that inevitably happens.
Okay. It takes about half an hour navigating, especially with the size of your wagon and the horses, through the tight woodland back roads as you follow the devil's directions until eventually you come to a point where you have to dismount from the wagon. As you've come to a choke of trees and roots that you'd have to spend hours hacking through tree branches to make way for your wagon. So as a result, you have to. Oh yeah. Respond to that in a bit, June. Yes. So you're forced to dismount and make your way on foot, but it's not too far as you follow a path made almost entirely of knotted roots, more root than dirt, as you come through. The first thing any of you hear is crying.
From which direction?
The direction you're heading, where the bandit camp is supposedly supposed to be.
Uh-oh.
Well, crying like one person, just one person, right?
One person. Sobbing. Sounds like a adult male.
Oh.
Did they kidnap someone?
Possibly.
Hmm.
If you guys would like to try and hear what they're saying.
Yes.
A perception would be useful.
Yeah. Stick up one of my fuzzy little ears. Yippee. Perception.
Sorry, I had to mute real quick and swap to my phone because the Fravy was fussing. What did I miss?
Well, you guys followed the directions that the devil gave. Followed the trail into a very choked side path until eventually you had to dismount from the wagon. As the trees got too dense and the path turned to just knotted roots, you would have spent hours clearing brush to be able to make room for your wagon. So you left behind, continued on foot. And eventually you started coming down a small path made almost entirely of root work, until eventually you coming to a section and you start hearing crying. It sounds like it's from a grown man. People are rolling perceptions to try and hear what's being said. And so far, I'm liking what I see.
I would also like to if needed, but I don't think it's needed. I can't because I am now beginning the baby pace.
Yeah, it's not super necessary, as people have rolled pretty decently.
Yeah, people rolled pretty good, so I don't really think I need to.
Like Mallory, as well as Holo, are able to make out what is being said to a degree. It's through blubbering and it sounds like splashing, as well as a hiss of something. Now that you're listening more closely, but in the words you hear, I'm sorry, didn't mean to. I'm sorry, I didn't. I would do it again. Please, no.
Someone is being waterboarded.
Yes, it very much sounds like that. As you come through to the clearing, which it's small, you see there's what might have been like a hitching post for horses. with the straps cut, and very obviously the horses fled. So somebody set those horses loose. Looking further down the way, you see a what do you call it? You see a familiar pair next to a campfire, surrounded by collapsed bodies, and fitting the description that was given to you by the devil, in boiled leathers, in various states of dress, and it looked like, given the pan over the fire, that they were sitting down for breakfast or lunch. There's what looks to be a few baskets and stuff that looks like it may have been what was taken from the cart sat nearby. And all around the fire, there's just bodies, totaling up to about 8. One is collapsed face first into the fire. Several have fallen backwards over the logs they were sitting on or the chairs. And there's one more, still alive, suspended by a rope, which is threaded over a branch, suspended by his ankles, being dunked into a bucket of scalding water.
Oh, that is even worse.
By two familiar figures who you recognize. At the very least, you recognize their clothing. As John and Jane are currently waterboarding the bandits using scalding water.
Oh, well.
All right, gang. I think we turn around. We turn around and act like this never happened.
Wait, so Jane and John are like wearing the bandit outfits?
No, they're wearing the previous clothing they were wearing before. They have the everyday clothing. You recognize that. What's different is their complexions and their hair, all of which are albino white.
Changelings.
As they, what do you call it? You're not sure which one is which. Which one's Jane and which one's John. You recognize the clothing. You don't recognize the expression. They both look fairly androgynous. As John pulls the rope, hauling the bandit up higher, you hear him speaking for the first time in a small, kind of raspy voice, saying, "Where did you get your weapons?" And then Jane, who is putting the bucket over the fire, waiting a moment, and then coming back and positioning it below the bandit's head, as fresh steam wafts up and caresses the bandit's face. And the one speaking to the bandit says, "I suggest you speak quickly before the rest of the skin comes off your face." And then the one with the bucket turns to you as a group, raises his hand slowly, waves it, and then one hand comes up to a pair of gray lips.
Funny Fox nods. Ushers we leave to the group.
They haven't handled.
Hold on. Just a thumbs up and walks the other direction.
Wait, what about the information though? What if you guys can? I don't know.
Hmm?
I mean, they told us to stay quiet. They didn't tell us to leave.
They didn't tell you to leave. They said to be quiet. That is true.
Flick will give a thumbs up and just kind of crouch down more in the bush.
Can I be seen as trying to physically pull them away? Like
you're trying to grabbing them by the collar or the shoulder and just kind of urging them. Leave.
We shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here.
No. I want to see where this is going.
Let's see. Hello. Actually, could you give me a you have craft poison, right? Hello.
I was mute. I was saying, remember about craft poison? Me and you
right,
constantly
alchemy.
went on. Yeah,
give me an alchemy roll.
Oh well, I can surely do that for you.
Wonderful.
if Roll20 wants to be a
There you
nice
go.
little 33.
Yeah, going by now that you've gotten a bit closer, you're seeing the faces of some of the bandits kind of felled around the campfire. All their faces are blue and purple. Somebody poisoned all these people. Someone must have poisoned the breakfast.
No, Holo's still
Oh
looking
my
at that. Still a thumbs up. A thumbs up and a slight smile as he walks as he just starts heading back.
Eventually, Flick just kind of perks up a bit, sees that most of the people are leaving, and just kind of quietly sighs and says, "Fine."
Okay, so you guys are, from what it sounds like, making your egress. Frey, do you have anything to say on the matter? I know you're baby pacing.
Oh, well, honestly, it's already been handled, and frankly, what they're doing is probably what Karya would have been doing right now.
If
so,
not me.
Yeah, if not Karya, then Mallory. So it all works out. Just a quick nod, and then I guess we're leaving.
Sounds like it.
Yep.
Another important.
Go ahead.
Also, another important thing worth noting is the fact that, remember, friends, these are essentially government workers who work for a king.
Yeah.
So,
Well, to my
select.
understanding, have we crossed over the border yet?
Yes.
Or are we still in? Okay, so yeah, now technically they don't have jurisdiction right now. They're just adventurers.
but they eventually will report back
to the king. Yes. Yes. So you guys return to your wagon. You get it turned around, and just about as Siren and Maria are getting done digging shallow graves and filling them in, is when the wagon comes back along the crossroad. And that takes you about another half-ish hour to make that trip back. You're going to again pick your way through the underbrush and the thin back road before you then rejoin one of the main roads. What's that?
Could before we left, could Mallory just carve into one of the birch trees, like a small insignia, basically saying, "Hey, share the info, share any relevant information, please."
Okay, you're gonna leave behind a marking that basically is telling them to share information. Okay.
Along with like indication of who wrote it.
Okay. You do so.
Draw a triangle.
Just pulls out Flick's rapier, signs an M.
Or no, just taps on Flick's shoulder, just points at a tree and says, "Hey, I need you to carve something for me."
Yes,
like
exactly.
Zorro.
Never was much of an artist, but sure can try. Anyways.
Love me some Zorro. But yes.
Do you like gazpacho?
Gazpacho. But you didn't like soup. Anyway, so
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. So it's just in time, as the rest of the group has just returned from their time in the clearing. Just as you and Maria are getting finished filling in some shallow graves. As they come rolling back along the center of the crossroads. And yes, please go ahead.
Siren will finish up the last final prayers and then turn to the group and say, "Oh, well, that was a bit quick. Did you encounter danger? Did they attack?"
None at all. In fact, our two companions seem to have everything taken care of.
Oh, you mean John and
Yes.
Tina?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, they.
Okay. Wonder where they got to.
Yes, they have. They are. They're surprisingly efficient with their methods.
Yes, well, we wouldn't be personally chosen by the king if we weren't able in our specialties.
Well, that's fair.
It's a shame I don't have a land to rule over, and it's a shame that they're already spoken for.
Yes. I find it is a blessing every day where I wake up and they are on my side.
I see.
That's
good.
Every monarch could greatly benefit from having people as dedicated and single-minded as John and Jane. I would fear for all of us if every monarch had a pair like them under their authority. Not every ruler deserves to have operatives quite so effective. It would spell very badly for some of us if that was the case. Still, I'm glad to see that they're still around, and I had no doubt. I simply assumed they'd gone riding off ahead to make inquiries. Though it seems they seemed to think there was enough reason to go chasing after them. So it must have been there must have been a reason for why, and we'll just have to wait until they eventually deliver their report.
That's both issues taken care of, I suppose.
I suppose so.
We continue.
Yes, now that the bodies are taken care of, it would only be right. On our way there, or on our way as we go, I'm going to leave a note at the nearest guard post telling them of the location of the graves and the carts, as we can't be seen as being responsible for all of this, but also it wouldn't do to just leave this sitting here. Somebody's going to desecrate these graves. They're going to take these items, and I don't think I can allow that.
Yes,
I have no love for some merchant companies, but I still believe that proper owners should know where the property is, and next of kin should know where the bodies are.
Yes, absolutely.
Well then, let's mount up and continue on. As I assume you do so. It doesn't take long before, as the wagon and the accompanying horses begin to leave the clearing, a couple of black horses with, again, familiar figures come trotting up and come up alongside the cart. As the figure of John, mounted, looking as normal as ever, perfectly human, hands a note over to Maria, reads it, nods, then hands it back. After which John then pulls out a vial with what looks to be a transparent fluid, drops the note into it, and the note dissolves into vapors. He then corks it and puts it back in his bag. And then he pulls out another old bit of parchment, and then comes up alongside Mallory and hands that note to him.
Wonderful.
He then pulls back and he pulls his horse away and again keeps trotting alongside the wagon. As for what the note says, the note says that the bandits themselves were bandits pre-established in the area. This was their turf. A larger group that extended support. Weapons and clothing, food and materials given in exchange for increasing their activity in the area. Signed, John.
All right. This is information that's very easily memorizable.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, a small hypothesis can use as a post statement. Likely intended to catch us.
Yes.
Likely intended to at least harm or weaken us on the road. Yes, and you'll light it.
Also could be the fact that they're hiding info. They could also be the fact that they're trying to make bandit attacks more common so that their own activities just get brushed off as bandit attacks.
Very possible.
Yeah.
Hmm. Would that count as false flag attacks, or is that different?
I mean, it would basically be a false flag. I mean, it's not really a false flag because people are actively dying, but
it's incitement and hiding among the incited bandits, more or less. Where previously there was no crowd to blend into, they are making a crowd of criminality and then sort of hiding underneath that and masquerading as it. That is the theory.
Oh, okay.
But by making the bandits in the area more active, potentially, if good luck strikes, that would end up hurting you guys, slowing you down, harming you, and also any direct attacks they make against you can be brushed off as just normal bandit activity.
Yeah, smoke screen.
Misdirection. The most what do you call it? The oldest form of magic. Yes. You guys continue. Lady Maria is visibly more alert than usual. Her eyes are going back and forth, and they're going everywhere. She's obviously set on edge by the new information. But the wagon continues. You guys come across a few small villages and settlements as you continue. Maria makes a note that it's probably best if you guys steer clear of the capital for the time being. As good as that might be to help refresh and restock, you guys have enough rations to keep you going for a while. And going to the capital just invites scrutiny. She does, however, leave behind a small written report at the next guard post you guys come across, before then swiftly moving along. They're not staying to say anything.
And then on the road again. Okay.
On the road again.
No,
God. Road again. Yes. That's my very quickly. How we've been going? We've been going for a couple hours. Do people want to do a bio break?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Sure. It's been a couple hours. I think it's a good time to stop, take a break, massage your temples, unclench your jaw, get a drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do.
Yes.
See you guys in 5 to 10 minutes? 5 to 10 minutes. Let's do it.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Sure.
Alrighty. Be right back.
I am so glad that what I did was not heresy.
All right, we're back. So,
Yay.
Islam. Okay. Before I get underway, okay. Okay. Before we get underway too much, and I start getting into descriptions and things like that, is there anything anybody would like to discuss or ask or confer with each other about?
Can I blow?
Did-
I know nobody.
No, you cannot.
Damn.
My question, one question I have towards Siren is, did she ever tell us, what that little funky little dream was?
No.
No. Not
I
yet.
feel like, what do you feel like storytelling, or do you feel like holding up inside?
I feel like I'm waiting for a good like roleplay, like story opportunity for that.
Okay.
Because it's not super essential right now. It's not like there's an impending like goblin horde that's about to attack us and I need to tell you guys. It's a very like one thing, very specific, one person sort of thing.
Okay. Because I will say, keep this in mind. We legitimately have no idea what's up, so
Mm-hmm.
your call to make. So,
Mm-hmm.
other than with that said, I think we're Gucci to move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just keeping my eyes and ears open for a good opportunity.
Unless Sully wishes to share their little funny. No, we already know because do we know? No.
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 The letter, not the devil thing, the letter thing from Jane Mary.
Oh, that you know.
Yeah. Something tells me what the funny little devil man told to Mallory is probably something that doesn't affect us, more than likely, considering the fact that he started that sentence with, "Hey, you want to know something about your grandmother?"
Hmm.
So it's probably fine.
It's probably fine.
Yeah. Want to know something about your nana?
Want to know about Gam Gam?
Yeah.
Finish this up real quick.
Speak your truth, Bo baby.
Tell the world.
Bo baby of the great.
One day she.
What do you have to say, Bo baby of the great beyond?
One day she's going to use her linguistic. She's going to use her prodigious ability in linguistics to start a cult.
She's gonna say, "I know who was in Paris."
No.
I know.
No.
June, no.
Yes, June. Yes.
You've been spending too much time around Stillwater.
Ouch, ouch.
You have to be gagged. Right. Okay. I think I'm just about ready to continue with the next leg of the session. We are blowing through these. Yes. Perhaps fun, perhaps not fun little tidbit. Had you not secured the assistance of the king in all this, and had you gone after those bandits, you would have had to end up fighting them.
Oh boy.
Instead, you got a neat little torture scene.
Neat.
Neat. I just think it's
Very
nice.
neat.
Wonderful.
I just think people getting the skin on their
Fantastic.
face scalded off is neat.
I think it's very efficient.
Well, I think it's not efficient at all. It's incredibly extra, but
Yeah, it's a shame that Flick won't get another piece to his little mask.
Damn
I
it.
know, I remember the Stalker's mask. I remember that.
No,
I
he
remember
just
that
kind of
shit.
quietly just kind of went, "Don't worry about it. It's not made of skin."
Flick slowly but surely becoming Leatherface.
Yeah.
No wonder you wanted to stay and watch.
He compliments
wait,
people
I
by
like
saying,
this is going.
"Wow, I
One
love
of
your
these.
skin."
It's so you take good care of it. It's so soft. Do you moisturize? You put the lotion on
You
the
know,
skin.
that's something.
It puts
That's
the
a
lotion on its skin.
Or else it gets the hose again.
What's your
But-
routine? I need to know for later.
I want to know how to maintain it.
Hmm.
You know, like, skin. Like, not your skin, but like, skin.
If I were to have your skin.
If I
If
were to...
I had your skin, I'd take great care
you,
of it.
you,
Yeah.
you see, I don't have skin. I'm just muscle.
Oh god.
You're all
I'm just fur and muscle.
Hairy muscle.
That's a conversation my roommates and I have been having lately, where it's like, what's a type of compliment you could give someone that is technically a compliment but would make them feel weird? And we've come up with things like, "Oh wow, I love your skin," or "Wow, I love your teeth," or "Wow, I love your leg hair."
No,
Like-
that's just that's just a
Fun-
backhanded insult.
Fun fact, I was also at a party during not a party, it was a hangout during high school. And yeah, I've recently got in contact with this person again because they're genuinely a really nice person and also a very capable artist who lives in the nearby area. And it was the first time a girl had ever complimented me on something, which is why it sticks with me so damn hard. And I was like 14 at the time.
Damn.
And she said, "You have really nice eye sockets." Which is how you know
What a
she's
nice
looking at the
eye
world.
socket.
It's how you know she's looking at the world through the eyes of an artist. Because normal people don't, average people don't compliment each other in that way. She was looking at
Yeah.
my eye sockets in the way that she liked how the light cast on them and the shadow, and how they shadowed my eyes and my face. Not as in, I like imagining your face without the eyes.
Yes.
Remove your
So,
eyes.
I had the benefit of knowing this girl for several months beforehand, so I knew she was she was like this. If this had been just off the cuff at a party or something, I would have been like, serial killer vibes, lovely.
Like, oh, I love your eyes. I've never had eyes that had such symmetrical vein.
Yeah, stuff like that, exactly like that. It's like because artists they have an eye for like shading and symmetry and composition and proportion. Whereas normal people, when they look at somebody's face, like, oh, your eyes, they're so deep, and then an artist will go, I really like the way your calf muscle just kind of contracts and shows off the contours and the shading in your leg. And it's like, wow, I didn't know there was something that somebody paid attention to, or if they do, they never really admit it.
Yes.
So anyway, serial killers all jump out of the woods. A good, like a happy spooky month. We're doing Halloween episode a week early because it would be on Monday otherwise. Anyway,
Mondays.
days. So yeah, is this? Oh, yeah. No, that's Monday's my birthday. Tuesday is when it would be. I think,
Tuesdays.
if I remember correctly, Cam is thinking about doing a Halloween session.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Ooh.
he might
Let's do it.
he might be doing something different from L5R for that session, just for that day because it's going to be on Halloween. Anyway, yeah, right. You guys were on the road again. That's going to be referenced so many fucking times. I'm going to just make that the session title for next session at this point.
No.
Except by next session, we might end up being at our destination. Anyway,
No longer on the road again.
no longer on the road again. Though you guys are still gonna be making the trip back to Orbis, probably. At this stage, it's been a
Yeah,
few
for
days
sure.
as you continue moving along. You pass through a few villages until eventually, every now and again, John and Jane will again disappear. And every now and again, when they do return, they will pass notes to Maria. The trip kind of settles into a rhythm. Maria does at one point mention that John and Jane are considering at some point maybe infiltrating the capital to have a look and see if they can get any information from there. But while it's likely that this criminal group may have their headquarters in Rosaino's capital, she doesn't feel it's pertinent or wise at this stage to go in there just yet until you guys manage to arm yourselves with some more information. Whether that's something you might come across after you get to Lydia's tower, or if that's something you might acquire through further interrogation if you actually manage to get your hands on one of their agents. Whatever the case, for now, making a berth around the capital. You do, however, at one point come to, it is hitting nighttime, and you're coming up to a small village. Maria, for her part, considers for a moment and says, if you guys would want to, I think it's about time we set up camp again. If you want, we could stay at this village. They rent a room for the night, get proper beds. As we've been sleeping on the cold, hard ground until this point. So you guys, personally, I do kind of want a bed. And being this far out in a small rural village, I doubt we're going to run into very much in the way of threat at this point. This village in particular is about a week away from the capital.
I do think it would be wise to rest.
Especially if we potentially have an attack waiting for us when we get to the tower, if they're not going to attack us before then.
So that does mean we're probably going to need to keep our eyes peeled and our ears to the ground, just in case.
Very true. There is no actually discounting whether or not they might have set up a trap in this village, though I would hope we're out of the way enough that they would be deterred from doing so. It would be, unless they are exceedingly well-equipped and wealthy, it would be a waste and serious drain on resources to set up that elaborate of a trap every possible route we could take towards the tower. Jane and John are of the same opinion that this group is small enough that they're probably going to wait for to spring an ambush at a point where they know they can wait for us, where they know they can expect us.
Should we rest?
Resting is out of the question,
Sure thing.
but whether we do it here in the village is another. I know some of you have a distrust of staying in places you are unfamiliar with.
Actually, are you familiar with this village in particular? Perhaps you could let us in on anything you know about them?
Myself? No. I don't. Being a royal knight, I don't spend a lot of time, any serious amount of time in small villages scattered about the country that is not my home. He does look to Yorick and he says, Yorick, I mean, I know a little bit about this place, actually. I've stopped through a couple of times. Well, I have been through. Right about now should probably be the... if I remember correctly, it's right about the beginning of summer, right? So... yeah, we're just getting to the beginning of summer. Spring just ended. So, Harvest Festival should be happening soon. This place tends to celebrate theirs a little bit early. I know their crop tends to come in a bit early. And I remember when we passed through a few of the villages on the way here, there was some mention of that, of talk of harvest and festivals. Drying the wheat in the sun before any showers come in. So at least if
flower or not, sorry, not Flower Festival. When they say Harvest Festival, that's different from the Flower Festival. that we
Yes,
were
the Flower
hearing in
Festival
the
happens in
movies.
spring because that's when the flowers are blooming, and that's Lorbus' specialty. Here in Rosino, they don't really have much of a flower festival.
Okay.
So the Jorah continues and says, "So if we do stop here, we're probably in for a good meal. They're probably going to have the freshest stuff they can get their hands on, and it's probably going to be a lot of it. They're going to be looking to eat as much as they can before they store the stuff away for the autumn and winter. There's going to be a lot. They're also going to probably be hard at work grinding all the grain. I'd be very happy to have big old bashes and get wasted after a hard day's work. So, you're in for a party. This place in particular, it's pretty lively most of the time. It's otherwise a pretty modest place. I know there were, last time I came through, there was some talk about some suspicious activity near the village cairn. Apparently somebody heard whispering when they went to go pray at their family's grave. When I had a look inside and I found nothing, so yeah, I don't know. Could be a ghost, could be something, nothing like that. It could be nothing at all. I don't know. The place is inoffensive. Last time I checked, there was the elder, the mayor, was all right. A little senile. People were hardworking. They party hard. They work hard, and they cook a decent. Shepherd's pie. So, yeah.
Oh, being from a small village myself, I don't see why we can't stop just for a rest.
I got no reason to be suspicious yet. We're gonna ask in about that cairn business, see if anything has developed from it. It's been about a month. All right. I'm hearing out of character. I'm hearing no objections from the party.
Not really, no.
Nope.
Okay.
All good to you.
We're good.
All right. In that case, the party trundles into the village. As you continue to make your way downwards and to grab the grab and plunk map. Plunk. Zip. Zubul Kazalm, you're now upside down.
This looks like a map to a like a weird mobile game.
Well,
It does, kind of.
you
What
see,
mobile game?
Just any mobile game.
yeah, like
Yeah, it looks like
any city building mobile game. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
bad news. If you want to stay at the inn, you've got to harvest 50,000 wheat and then spend 10 hours waiting for it to process.
Okay, I
Yeah,
sell
wait 10
another
hours to
1 day of my.
All
Yeah,
right. What's the primo currency?
the primo currency is quest bucks or quest points. That's it.
Okay.
Yes.
How much I have to buy to get?
Well, you can spend about $1,000 to get one, or you can trade one Ethereum.
Okay, what is Ethereum?
Ethereum is
Ooh.
fucking
Or-
is fucking
or-
blockchain money. It's Bitcoin.
Or buy one NFT
Yes, you can buy one NFT of your character.
for the low price of $10.
So yes, you can either fill my crypto wallet, you can buy my NFTs, or you can pay exorbitant prices out of pocket, exchanging it through 3 different premium currencies until eventually you get the currency you actually need, and then you can buy the time skip. Hope you're
You know
ready.
what? So we're working the field today. Working the field.
Also, if someone comes up to you claiming to be from the Swedish mafia, don't worry about them.
Press them and give them all your money.
Let's give the Swedes your money.
All right.
So that's how mafia works. Anyway, so you trundle into the village. Much like the first village you stopped in back in Lorbus, and the ones all the way along here, you're quickly stopped by the guards who ask you to halt and to state your purpose for visiting. To which Maria canters up with her horse. It says intention is to stay the night and quickly pass on through once morning breaks. They look you up and down. They say, very good. Then come in and enjoy the harvest festivities. There's supposed to be a big dance tomorrow if you want to stay for that. And the harvest maiden will be selected.
Oh no. Is
my
it
God.
Midsommar?
It's midsummer. No.
It's gonna be Vark.
Yes,
Yeah.
the pretty princess. He's
Um,
beautiful. Bark, you're
Who's gonna
beautiful.
get
Go
stuck
prove
inside
it.
the Burning bear.
Prove it to them, Vark. Tell them, prove them all wrong.
Prove them
Meet
how
some log.
midsummer. Yes. Watch out for any sort of not large antlered creatures. Yes, they stand to the side. And they allow you inward. The village it's a bit bigger than the first one you stopped in Lorbus. Perhaps not as populous, but then again, there aren't any, from what you can tell, adventurers currently staying here. This place is significantly more out of the way than the previous village. But all the same, you see that some of the boys and girls are stringing up what look to be colorful flags between the buildings. There look to be thin fabric socks with the end open that look like they're meant to catch the wind, as when they're hung up on top of the buildings, they catch the small breeze and they flap in the wind. You can also say there are people hauling in buckets and barrels of produce off from the fields. And even people who are coming, like, just harvesting the vegetables and the eggs right out of their backyards. It looks like there is definitely some setup being done. Even hear hammering from one of the buildings of something potentially as you trundle through and park the wagon. What looks to be furniture, benches, and chairs, and tables. The village is hard at work getting ready for the festival. As you are bid to park your wagon over here. You do, with little issue.
I suppose I will.
Do not park anywhere else. If you do, you must pay a fine of 1 Bitcoin.
Oh no.
1
Huh?
Bitcoin? That
That's
is a lot.
Yes, it is. Also, that's that. When I said Ethereum, that was the same. That's like along the same route. Ethereum is a form of blockchain currency.
It's a cryptocurrency. It was what was supposed to take over after Bitcoin fell.
It was supposed to be like the most stable cryptocurrency. And to a degree, that's true. It doesn't say very much because crypto is incredibly unstable.
Then they came out with USDA coin, which is literally just a coin that is equal to the US dollar.
Which was using it was using the US.
it's
It was
just-
like originally what Ethereum was supposed to use was a 1-to-1 backing of the USD. Then they removed that from their site because, as it turns out, what they did with the process eventually made that a lie, which meant there was no there was no standard like the US dollar used to have the gold standard. It doesn't have anymore, which made the US dollar incredibly unstable. Same thing happened to crypto, where it lost its standard, which was the USD, and then became incredibly unstable. because before it was supposed to be, there was supposed to be one Ethereum for every, or there was supposed to be one unit of cryptocurrency for every dollar there was out there. None more. And then they removed that, which led to hyperinflation of a digital sense. Anyway, not talking about digital currency too much on the stream. I am not educated enough about the manner to give a TED talk, and it is not the subject of anything besides a cheap throwaway joke.
Yes.
So this village,
I think
guys.
your entire.
Oh, you switched your token. Well, very nice.
Yeah. Oh, I'm fixing the format because it's a bit big now.
Hmm.
The picture, not the token itself.
Yes. So about that village you guys are in. It's coming to about sundown as you guys managed to pull in. Which Jorg for his part dismounts, hitches his horse, and then goes, I'm gonna go make some inquiries. I've got a few questions I have to ask with the locals here. See you guys in a bit.
Stay safe.
Always the darling. And he kind of, in a composed manner of put together individual, he strides off into the village and stops at the first person he sees and asks them a question. Maria, for her part, says, Jane and John have gone wandering off again, which just leaves me with you guys. What do you say we find a place to stay the night?
I think that would be the best idea.
Sure thing.
Good then. It doesn't take you guys very long. There's not really an inn in this village, as you can see. But asking around a little bit, you guys and Maria are able to find... What, dang it?
No, it's not. It's not perfect again.
You guys are eventually able to ask around, and the village elder is willing to put you guys up in his house for the he says if you're willing to exercise a bit of patience, once set up for the festival is done, they can get you a proper room, if not necessarily an inn. And if you want to as well, he says, not too subtly, he says, we're supposed to have a big festival tomorrow. If you want to stay hang around for that, we might even have a bit more room for you. Once we've got the construction of all the furniture done with, we'll have a proper place for you to stay, and maybe even sleep off any food or drink.
He's trying to eat us. He's trying to eat. No, I'm kidding.
No.
Maybe he wants good. Maybe
He might as well.
Maybe he wants some good words about his village, so more tourists will come through.
Yeah.
That's true.
Maybe he's trying
Maria
to
might as
advertise. Maybe he's a wheeler dealer. So yes.
I say yes,
Okay.
personally. I don't know.
I
everyone
have no
else.
qualms about it.
Nor I.
Maria, for her part, says, I don't have a problem staying here, nor do I have for a couple of days. It gives us a bit more time to talk and plan. And the party in question, the people, our group of interest, we'll give them one more day to prepare, but they're not going anywhere, I don't think.
Mhm.
Besides, I'm a little curious about that whole Karen business as well. And yeah, you guys are shown into the village elder's house by him. You're not going to get any individual rooms. There is a larger room in the back, from which there is a series of cots laid out. You guys can stay in. And yeah. Otherwise, there's not a hell of a lot going on in this village. Go figure. Everybody is busy,
Wow.
not super in the mood to talk, as they're a bit focused on their work but the children are racing back and forth in the village. They're stringing up decorations. They're playing with one another. Yeah. Right. So, is there anything anybody would like to do? Or do we just want to skip ahead?
Honestly, I would probably just roam the village. So unless there's something you had planned with the village, with the children and everything, then by all means, we can skip to save time.
Yes. The children
Yeah, same here.
cling to your legs and then start taking bites.
Oh boy.
I knew it.
Yes. Welcome to the cannibal village. You guys, I guess, roam around a bit. You around a little bit. You find the various points of interest in the village. There are a lot of them. There's not really much of an inn or a bar. The what you do find the equivalent of a bar is this spot here, which is a guy selling and sharing his brewed various drinks. His various brewed drinks. He runs a distillery in the back of his home, which he then shares with the village and sometimes sells. It uses all kinds of crops and things. He uses apples, wild berries, flowers. He uses sometimes if you can get his hands on spices, he includes those, like especially for making mead. Unfortunately, spice mead is a bit out of season at the moment. He doesn't have any honey. So yes, if you want a drink, that's a place to go. He sells it over a counter out the window at the side of his home. There's the there's the local miller. There's a couple places with chickens. Do I need to emphasize any more how this is just a village?
No,
a hell of a lot going on.
You can wax lyrical all you want, but we understand it is a village.
Yes, I'm just trying to remember if there's any places of interest that you guys might actually care about, or if it's just chickens, crops, milling, decorations.
What about the demonic cult over there?
Demonic cult is in a different village. It's in a different castle.
Okay. Okay, I'm fine then.
Actually, Siren, I would have had something that Siren would do.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
Siren would she'd roam around for a little bit just to see some things, and see people putting up decorations and all that. And then eventually she would see all the children running around and playing and putting up decorations and helping and stuff. And she would try and get their attention, doing some little tricks that would help to entertain them and play with them by using I don't really have any illusion spells, but with light, maybe she can make some little light shapes of sheeps and different animals and stuff.
Can you give me a spellcraft?
Yeah. I'm actually trained in this. Oh, wow.
Nice.
I'm
Nat
20. 27.
As you... Normally when you cast light, it's just a ball of light, or it makes a object glow with a light. So there's two versions. Either you create a glowing ball yourself, or you touch an item and make it glow.
Mm-hmm.
With this ball of light, you shape it into various... And not just you don't just make it so it's a different shape when it's formed. You make it malleable, and you start twisting it into different shapes. What kind of shapes would you like to put it into? Because you have full reign in terms of what you do with the spell.
I think what she would do is she would make funny little cartoony caricatures of the people in the party, and then she would start crafting this little children's fairy tale of these brave heroes going to fight this dragon. And
That's
but
racist.
obviously it's more like a children's story, so they don't slay the dragon. They just kind of like defeat it, and then they convince the dragon to become their friend.
Okay.
It's like in the anime where like they'll be watching TV, but because it's an anime and they don't want the TV to also look like anime, they just make it like really shitty sketches.
Yeah. It's like little
It's a
villains
graphical
drawings of the
downgrade.
characters.
You make these light silhouettes of the various members of the party, and you form it so that it crafts this intricate fairy tale, one that is pleasing and child friendly.
Yes.
And you dance the figures around and tell the story to completion. Maybe adding a bit of narration here and there,
Mhm.
until eventually you show the various. You show the party reigning triumphant over the dragon, and the children cheer and they clap and they whoop and they applaud, and then they point towards Vair, who's trailing alongside Karya, who is pacing about the village, and say, "Is that the dragon?"
Oh yes, he's our friend now.
You see their eyes go wide with wonder, and then one of the kids race off. And the next thing you know, one of the children is vaulting onto Vair's back.
Zero would double over laughing.
Okay, before it gets to them, out of sheer reaction, can Karya grab the child?
Reflex save.
Not like, yeah, like, not
the
like by
throat.
by the throat. No, not by the throat. But like he just like catches them,
Grab
in
him
two
by the
hands
throat,
and goes,
break him over your knee.
Yeah.
No, give me a reflex save.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, absolutely.
Fucking tombstone them.
No, it's only a 10.
You see it coming, and for a second you're like, wait, am I getting attacked from behind? And there's that little bit of panic as your hand comes around out of reflex. But you do it a bit too high because you're used to whatever you're attacking, besides maybe the troglodytes. But you're used to your enemies like coming up to about chest height. And so you swipe your hand out, but it goes well over the head of the child as he vaults and then lands legs astride by Vair's back, and in a hissing draconic, you get the equivalent of like a gack of alarm as he writhes and bucks for a moment as the child wraps his arms around Vair's neck, nearly is thrown from Vair's back as he sort of kind of whips around in a circle, almost like he's chasing his own tail in a motion like that in a circle, as he's just like, yeah, what is it? Get off me! Get off me! And the child,
Don't go just for him.
The
Get his brother too. Everyone, hop on them.
yeah, the child is screaming in elation as Vair takes him for a wild ride, and the rest of the children charge forth, a veritable war cry of childish glee as they all scamper up, and one of them, with a running jump, wraps his arms and legs around Karya's leg. The other one manages to get up to his waist. It's a little girl basically hanging by his shirt. Another one jumps for his back, starts hanging on by his shoulders as Vair starts to calm down a little bit, notices there's a child giggling on his back. So you see what he was. Next thing he's going to do he's going to try and roll over, which probably would have hurt the kid, but he catches on soon enough that he doesn't do that. As the children all shriek in childish glee.
What's funny? How many children have clung to me? Just
3
out
so
of
far.
sheer curiosity.
3 so far.
3 of them. 3 children. How old are they?
Yeah, they're ranging somewhere between like 6 and 12.
That makes
Like,
sense. Yeah. So none of them are over 100. I could probably carry 6 children like this, completely unburdened.
You're just kind of standing there. They're just hanging off of you.
Flick will just kind of call out, all right, children, one at a time.
No, Flick, this is an important lesson.
Oh no.
Karya,
Please don't hit
what
them.
are you doing?
Nothing bad. Jesus Christ.
When you say this is an important lesson, that sounds like you're about to like teach them a lesson like you did the troglodytes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sassily.
I'm teaching them
Um,
hunting instincts.
yes.
Oh god.
I'm teaching them to fly.
Karia will
You-
Karia will clear his throat for a moment and go in his, not necessarily trying to scare them off, but just trying to get their attention. Yes, like that.
Sounds like
Great,
Addie is
like
trying to
that.
scare them off.
Yeah, Addie's trying to scare them off. She's
My
just
dad.
happily jumping in the corner. Oh, she just killed her cactus. Anyways, she's broke its neck, but I'm not gonna break these children's neck. And Karia will go, broodlings. I mean, children.
They're still clinging to you, hanging off of you, giggling.
Would you like to hear of the Dragon Riders?
Let's see. The one clinging to your back, who's got kind of like almost like now he's got his a bit more chance to like clamber up you. He's got his arms around your neck. If he weren't so tiny and weak, you might think he was trying to get you in a chokehold or something. But instead, he's just kind of hanging by your neck from the back. The rest are all just still kind of dangling off. One of them, the one on Bayer's back is still kind of like, but like jumping up and down on his back as if trying to incite him into like running in circles again. The two on your like your shirt and your pants are they either didn't hear you or they don't care as they continue to just sort of like dangle off of you and like try to bounce themselves in a way that might like try and pull you down. But the one on your back goes like, "What's a dragon rider?"
I'll turn to Vair and I'll go, Vair, how safely do you believe you can fly just a little bit?
He kind of looks at you and thinks, I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Not high, just flap your wings once or twice.
Karia, like a lot of people, I think it's already pretty lucky most people don't tend to pay attention to me anyway. But the moment I take off into the air with a child on my back, there's going to be questions.
Oh, of course, not high. Just, and he'll do a little jump. Karia's just gonna.
The children just kind of again. You hear a little split, I think, in your shirt when you do that.
Oh,
as there's still you may be strong. Your clothing, not always. You hear a little rip in your shirt from the child dangling off of it.
I stitched this together when I was 10. Not 10.
You fit in your 10-year-old clothes?
I was a very early grower.
Wow.
Magical testosterone.
You need, I have threads and needle.
Yes, as
I do as well.
the Vair just kind of shakes his head. I don't know, man. I don't think that's a good idea.
Fine. No fun.
Fun's fine. Sounds really, really weird, but I don't think we want the parents' attention.
Oh, fair.
The kids are like full of whimsy and ignorance. The parents will see dragon and go, dragon is trying to eat my child. Remember the last kid we made cry?
Huh? What? You made someone cry?
Yeah, remember back at Mordon?
Alright.
Yes.
That child started crying.
I remember.
Also, wait. Does he already know Draconic?
Oh wait,
Rin knows
no.
Draconic.
Actually, that's true. This is Vark saying it, not. She does know
Vair.
Draconic, but Vark does, or
Vair.
sorry, not Vark.
Vair.
Vair doesn't speak like
Well, it
how we
is
do.
a good thing that.
Yeah, it's all Vark.
It's all Vark.
Vark
He's
is
just-
possessed by
No,
you
no.
You're all
Vair.
puppets. He's a ventriloquist.
It's
the
Vair.
whole time.
Vair's been dead this entire time, and he's just been a puppet.
Oh, we were joking before. If Karia takes his schizo meds.
Yes,
Just
Karia
disappears.
takes his schizomeds by
He
your
does not.
vanishes.
So yeah.
Listen, Listen, Kara, do you want the parents' attentions off you?
No, actually, this is important.
Remember what the Shady Kingdom agent said? We don't want attention.
Oh, but
Look,
anyways.
I know you like.
I think-
Look, Karya, I know you like to grandstand. There's time and place.
I'll take off the mask and
I will
in
do the
front
next
of everyone.
best thing. I'm going to grab the child that is on my back, and I
Okay.
with
I mean,
one
you could
arm
just
will.
piggyback
You
him.
just
I'm
kind of,
just going to lift him into the air.
as you reach behind you, grab him around the midsection. You pull him off your back, and now he's upside down.
Quick
that one
question.
And he is laughing and kicking his legs. What's up?
I'm guessing I'm in the cart decently still. Not too many eyes
I mean,
are on me.
people have had a chance to like drop their stuff inside the elder's house, get comfortable.
Well, I guess I'm looking at this using the map. Is this all happening by the cart or?
Oh no, this is happening in the square.
Yeah,
Oh,
for reference, we are.
yeah.
uh,
Sorry, I was looking at the map.
People have had full
Rolling
liberty
away
to
here.
move themselves around this whole time.
Fair enough.
All right.
I would say Siren is somewhere like, I don't know, here-ish.
Mm-hmm.
We got jumped.
Putting on light shows. Yes.
Or like right over here.
Either way,
Yes.
while I'm hoisting the child above my head, to which now he is probably like, I don't know, 10 feet tall, 10 feet off the ground, considering Karya is about, what, 7
Give me-
feet, and then his
Yep.
wingspan is probably a little longer? Yes. So,
Give
I'll go, imagine
give me
this.
2 minutes.
Imagine this, but hundreds of feet in the air.
You just see his eyes go wide.
I was just sneak off to the cart essentially, since that's
I'm
our
leaving.
cart. No, for another reason. Hi everyone. Did you miss me?
Uh,
Is it Aiko?
Yes, I'm changing to Aiko. Because I feel a situation coming and I need to be able to.
You need your
anyways.
PR personality present.
Yeah,
The PR person is back.
Since
yeah.
since we are aware that we shouldn't gather too much attention, and the attention of children is at the attention of their parents, could I say something to those kids?
Sure. Getting them to listen is another thing, but sure.
It's okay. I'm a very ethereal looking lady. They'll listen to me.
Ethereal. You mean you see through?
No,
You're a ghost.
otherworldly.
Ah, I see.
You're an alien?
Interesting looking.
An
Hello?
otherworldly beauty.
That
Pull them out.
explains the big head.
Beauty.
You're
Beauty.
an obelisk.
An op.
Yeah, sure, beauty. Uh-huh.
I am
What do I have to
beautiful.
see
Wow.
that
I
right?
am wonderful. I am beautiful.
Hey,
You're
Bart,
Galadriel when she's tempted by the One Ring.
Anyways.
All
yes.
will
Yeah, but
love
anyway.
me and despair.
Yes. Mirror, mirror on the wall. But anyway, Mallory will pretty much walk over to the kids' area
Jeez.
with Karya, Sirin, and Vair.
Mhm.
And she'll say, you know, children, you shouldn't get too excited all the time. Because there is a limited amount of excitement that everybody gets in life. And if you use it too much, if you get too wild, use it too often, don't cherish your moments, you'll become like me. I can't feel happiness anymore. I used it all when I was a child. Just like you. What you're doing now.
Somebody please stop this.
Jesus Christ, roll me an intimidation.
Holy
I like to say, Melody, Please do not spook the children like that.
I'll step in between Melody and the children and say, Nonsense! Now is the time to be as happy as ever. Enjoy yourselves and express yourselves.
Diplomacy.
Always.
Diplomacy.
You're
It is
countering.
true though. The
what-
last time I felt happy was when I was a child.
That is
Yeah.
true.
That's for your case specifically. These
Diplomacy-
children are
Trying to counteract Mallory's intimidation tactics. Unfortunate.
on you.
Listen, just
Me-
because
oh.
just because you didn't experience that much happiness doesn't mean that can't.
I was too greedy, and this is where it led me.
No, suddenly,
life.
capybara.
My life. My life. Children, if you must conserve what little happiness you get, otherwise you turn into a hollow shell.
All right,
like me.
now it's time to call in Paladin Max Tack, because now Melody's turning into a cyber psycho.
Oh,
No,
God.
no,
I'm gonna-
no.
now I'm
Mallory,
gonna-
Melody hasn't gotten the cyber razors out.
Melody- yeah, she hasn't busted
Yeah.
out the mantis blades.
All the harm that Malady is doing is entirely mental and emotional. So,
Have you ever
As-
wondered why your mother cries sometimes?
as Malady manages to break through the elated chaos of childhood play as they bounce atop, and Karya, for his part, has the boy he's got hoisted high, flying above his head, fully enraptured, so the child doesn't actually hear it. The three others, the one that's on Vair's back, the two that are hanging off of Karya from his shirt and like clinging to his leg, they hear this, and it's Melody's positively dead tone that kind of it must have offered a difference in the noise that caught their attention as they hear it's Melody speaks. And even as Siren, like, halfway through this, realizes where Melody's going with this, it's like, no, it's fine. You should be happy. You should be happy. Now's the time to be happy. You even have Flick chiming in, and you have Chaiko as well, or Aiko. The children stare in somewhat confusion at Melody as some of the words kind of go right over their heads. Some do hit home. And the last comment about their moms.
Wow.
Melody, give me a sense motive.
Sense motive coming right up. Sense motive right here. A 30.
Yes. Yeah. Quite. Yes.
I can read them like a book.
Oh, yes, you can. You start seeing traces of familiar emotions, which, from your experience, are what, at least as far as you know, you knew from your childhood. Maybe in some twisted sense do you feel like what should be in the eyes of a child. Hurt. Tears welling in the corners. Trembling lips. Shaking hands.
Mallory will.
And
kind of-
then, in a noise that I think everybody in this call, as well as people listening, would probably find at least to a degree familiar, begin shrieking at the top of their lungs.
All right. Suddenly, capybara. I'm just gonna grab Lolo and just throw them in.
And toss. Oh, Melody.
As
No,
you have,
no.
You have a
Very subtle, aren't you, Mallory?
banshee wails in trio.
It's okay. Mallory will step a bit closer to the kids.
Yes.
Melody,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Siren is
Yes, Frey-
entirely going
Freyby.
in front of Melody.
Fraby, add an audible example.
Get upset.
Ah, yes, the
No,
biting.
no.
Melody, I'm sorry. I think you've done enough harm here for a moment. As Syrian is white knuckling, and the feathers behind her ears are just very noticeably ruffling and vibrating.
Melody? No. No, I'll just say, Melody. And that's it.
Yeah.
But they-
Disapproving.
But they're wasting their screams.
Slowly
They are children.
walking away from this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with Vark. I'm not getting involved with this.
One of the guys in the
I started this.
the guy over in this building pokes his head out and says, "Are you all perfectly all right?" Hearing a bit of a
Yes,
commotion out
Sorry,
here.
what I'll go over there. Yes, I'm so very sorry. One of my compatriots here is a buzzkill and accidentally made the children cry. I'm very
Ah.
sorry.
Right, yes, the children. Don't worry about them. They can be a bit rambunctious. Sometimes it ends up that way.
They were just having so much fun not too much long ago. That's what makes me truly sad that this has happened.
Did they hurt themselves, or?
No. Just words were spoken. That's all.
Well, I suppose if that's all it is, then it builds character. As he then
I
says,
actually,
It builds character.
I actually have a plan, if I may.
as long as no lasting harm was done to them, I suppose it's not too bad.
No
And-
harm at all, sir.
I
Is that-
have.
Well then,
I have an
I shall,
idea that
I
would
shall,
like
I shall leave that to all of you as you handle that as he then closes the door.
Siren,
Out of-
I do have more to what I was saying.
I don't care to hear it right now.
I have a fun solution.
Mhm.
I would like to put the child down gently and go, clearly someone has never thought about flying and being a dragon rider, and I'm going to go pick up Mallory.
No,
Too bad. Too bad.
Karya,
Go get him, Tiger.
Hey, remember some of the first sessions?
You remember when you branded me?
was-
Wee!
Grapple check,
I'm
please.
lifting Mallory.
Grapple check.
how do you do that?
Opposed unarmed attacks. Or no, actually, no. It's
TMP?
let me check real quick. Find it.
While,
I
while
believe,
you do that,
yes, I believe it is a specific maneuver. Grapple. Yes, here we go. Here we go. Combat maneuver. Grapple. Yes, it's a combat maneuver. So it will be your CMB versus Mallory's CMD.
Okay. So my combat maneuver bonus,
And
that is a 26.
I have no choice in this matter.
you do not.
Now, children, please. This is what it's like to learn to fly. You too can be little dragons if you just have the faith. They simply don't know what it was like to be one. Now, off! And I'm going to start running with Mallory over my head.
Yeah.
Like something out of something like an ice skating performance.
Yes!
What does Mallory do?
Mallory isn't exactly screaming, but he's like wide-eyed and going, Karya, put me down!
As you hoist up Mallory, to Mallory's obvious displeasure, and then race off down the path with Mallory in tow. As Mallory voices, and then more quickly and more emphatically, his obvious displeasure with the situation.
We're
Zero.
flying!
Wee.
Siren will follow them and
Yes.
just as she's leaving, turn to the kids and say, "Don't cry, and don't let other people make you cry." Just
Vair, for his part, is like, well, that was a fine state of affairs. He's kind of enjoying that towards the end, but oh well.
I'll stay near the children for right now and say, if you still should play while we're here, me or points to Flick and Vark. We don't mind playing. We don't mind messing around with you for a little bit.
Slowly shakes his head.
Glares at Vark.
Vark
Glares.
Flick kind of just brings up his hand in his hip and just kind of squints a bit. His ears kind of turning to his side and says, "Well, let's see. I don't have much else to do, but then I'm also not the best with kids and."
I say
Really
in
cats.
a hushed tone, like you're better than they were. Just work with me here.
I was
Okay, that is true. I will try my best. Don't know about Vok though.
Just holding up a capybara, just looking and just staring dead face, looking at Chico.
Then come here.
Oh,
Alright.
No, sorry. No, that wasn't at you, Flick. That was at Hollow.
Oh, never mind.
Come here then.
I love that Hollow is just the autistic friend who's like, I don't know what to do, so I'm gonna hold this coconut dog. Look at it.
Like this coconut dog will hopefully steer away any social issues I might have to counter. Just using it like a protective charm.
Yeah.
So, through the combined efforts of someone not actively attempting to terrorize the children, and the presence of animals, and Vair, who does his best to try and calm the children, running his sort of like nuzzling with his head against their chest, rousing them. The kid who was flying in Karia's hand before is a bit confused about what happened, why everybody's crying. The children eventually calm down. The tears stop, the screaming stops, and eventually they calm down and even start to giggle a little bit again. Between the capybara, the dragon, and Chico's ministrations, start to smile again. And eventually are appeased.
Ah.
Like that. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, like that.
I will be doing loops around the village with Mallory in 10 minutes.
The children do
Mallory's
eventually.
just like,
Some of the children do eventually. Like, when they see that and they hear Mallory's like shouts of indignation, will point and laugh.
Also,
He-
I'll be right back again.
Malady is actively like trying to get like put down by like pulling on Karia's hair.
You can attempt to escape the grapple if you wish.
Yeah, I think
Ow.
you just have to beat my CMD, correct?
What do you call it? Damage tie. If you are grappled,
Yeah,
if you
Malady,
are grappled, you can attempt to
just
break a
beat his
grapple as a
CMD.
standard action
Should
by
easy.
making a combat maneuver check of your own or an escape artist check.
Either
Yeah.
one. The number to beat is 28.
Yeah. Just beat it. Just beat it.
Just-
Now.
Yeah.
Just beat it.
You know, I always
Actually,
assumed that
it's
I would be
actually,
the person tying people up, so I never put points into escape artist.
That's ironic, considering how his childhood started off.
Well, I never escaped that.
That's true.
That's actually very sadly true.
Yeah.
He didn't.
I would
escape
think with the
that.
amount of time he was stuck. What do you call it? He was stuck in a basement. He might want to minimize that chance from ever happening again. Maybe now will be a time for contemplating that. But yes, you must roll me a escape artist or a combat maneuver check.
It's not a class skill and I don't have points in it, so I can't do that. So I'm gonna do a combat maneuver check. It's 28. Did you say 26?
26.
That is statistically impossible.
Unless you get a 20.
Roll.
Unless you get a nat 20.
Uh,
What pose?
that
I
was
mean-
not close.
Your bonus is a +5, yeah. So yeah. You try and wriggle free of his iron grasp and fail. It was close. You were 5 off.
Varg is gonna look at the children. And, basically, all of the literature that he drew his information from was aimed at academic adults.
Yes.
So he's trying to wrap his brain around anything he could do in regards to children. Eventually, though, he quickly excuses himself, not like the kids were paying attention to him anyway, and grabs a blade of grass, from one of the many patches around the village, and puts it. He joins his hands together, basically pressing his thumbs, and
I
gets
see
his
where this is
wrists
going.
together, placing the blade of grass between the joints of his thumb. Takes a deep breath. Watch this. He puts the blade of grass in his thumbs to his mouth and then blows, going.
You immediately get the children's attention as you do this, and the noise coming out sounds like nothing they've ever heard. As then they go to get their own blades of grass, and sometimes they sort of butterfingers lose them in the dirt. They pick them back up, they put them through their lips, and they try as best they can. But whatever as kids tend to be, no matter how hard they try, they can't get the blade of grass to do the same thing that you're doing. But they seem like they're having fun trying. Oops.
Walk up to Vark. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, I've exhausted all my children knowledge.
I see.
Welcome.
Allow me to reward you.
Thank you so very much.
Allow me to reward you. As you're sort of like whispering back to one another, and then one of the boys who takes away his lips from the grass, obviously frustrated, but still having fun and giggling, sees the two of you sort of with you, Var, kind of I assume kind of knelt down.
Yeah.
Come to their level, and then Jaiko, who's comes up to your side and kneels over, whispers in your ear, thank you. The child, seeing a grown man and a grown woman close to one another, speaking to each other in hushed whispers, comes to the only conclusion that a young child can, and says, "Are you two married?"
Are you two married? I've been that kid.
Yeah, I've been that kid too.
Is this your girlfriend?
Is this your girlfriend?
I'll stand up. Put a hand on my face. I won't do anything. I'll let out a deep breath and go.
Yes.
No, we are not.
Yes, we are.
You're
Yes, we
You're
are.
lying.
There you go.
as he looks to Vark and says, "You're lying." KISSING. Both of you sitting in a tree. As he's now switched
Flick
over
is,
to trying to tease you.
Flick is chuckling in the background, hearing this.
I mean, Chaiko did give him the flower.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I guess yes, I did. Yeah, because it was
Yeah,
handed
you
me.
did.
and
Yeah,
passed
you
it-
did.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Hold on. Huh. Anyways,
We're
moving
also-
on.
ring.
You're also the one
If-
he asked if he was
If
beautiful.
he by any chance looks down at a Varg after the fact, you can see that he's glancing up at her, and that's the faintest facsimile of a fucking smile, tugging at the edges of his lips.
Seeing
Well-
Dark Vark smiling just a little bit mischievously is both adorable and hysterical.
Yes.
Well,
Ah,
Yaiko, I thought you'd
May I
want
have
to
this
entertain the
dance?
children.
wait, what'd you say, Vark?
I thought you'd want to entertain the children.
Yes, I do, and this can be considered a form of entertainment. However, so can this. I'll clap my hands. I'm turning into a little fox. I use my racial ability.
And a little poof
Oh
of
my
smoke.
god.
She's now Fox.
Yep.
And then immediately the girl is just all over you. She's hugging you, she's pulling you into her lap, she's pulling at your ears and your tail.
It's worse.
This
You're
is
so
also
fluffy,
entertainment.
little guy. Yes.
Actually, a quick question.
She's so fluffy.
She's so
That's a good question. I just remembered this when you mentioned tail. Fun fact: Aiko technically has 2 tails now. They don't do
Yes.
anything, but she does have them.
Yes,
That's
right,
Her fox form now has 2 tails.
So my fox form has 2 tails too.
Yes.
Quick, start flying.
Neat.
Ominous chanting begins in the background.
Ugh. Yeah, I just remembered that. Anyways.
Now we just need to get you a hedgehog companion. And an echidna too. Anyway, so
Do Paco and Lolo count?
capybaras. I don't know any Sonic characters that are capybaras.
I'm sure that they exist.
Probably.
Probably
If
somewhere.
not,
Does
then they are OCs. In which case, they
Does
will
this mean-
eventually
does
exist.
Does this mean Karya and Vair are technically what's his name, Crocs?
Hmm.
Or I forget his name, but he's in one of the
In
Vector?
the, like the in the animated
Vector,
series.
That's what I meant. God damn it. his name was on the
He
tip of my
was-
tongue.
In Sonic Heroes, he was the power type, so you know.
So we need to get Karya a gold chain.
And some bubble gum.
And the headphones. Anyway, so that aside, the boy has fun teasing Chaiko. Now the girl is experiencing extreme cuteness aggression as she's cuddling the fox.
Hold on.
And eventually it does die down a little bit. As honestly, as hyperactive as she is, it doesn't hurt. It's nothing extreme.
Of course.
It's definitely nothing you couldn't tolerate. But eventually the children do quiet down. They seem like they've exhausted themselves, and it is starting to get dark. As
That's what you would think, but they
think.
actually don't sleep.
then the dome comes away from the sky, and it's revealed that it's actually daytime.
Oh no.
Welcome to the Ozark. The children eventually thank you. Saying they had a lot of fun. And they say goodbye and they have to go home. As they all kind of run off in a group.
Clap, clap.
Oh my god, dice.
Yes, dice. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Right.
Oh.
At which point, Jork comes back.
Whenever Quest says, "Oh, that's unfortunate," that's when you know things are gonna get hilarious.
This next bit's gonna be real funny.
Okay.
Clap,
We got another like half an hour of this session, I think. Though I'm pretty sure some of the Europeans might need to start going to bed soon. So I'm gonna start wrapping things up, or just get ready for wrapping things up. So speaking of which, Jork comes back, meeting up with you guys, presumably when you're all intending to head to bed. He tells the group as a whole and Lady Maria, I asked around about that whole cairn business. Are all of you familiar with what a village cairn is?
It sounds familiar, but
It's a form of burial mound that's very common in this section of the world. It is more or less a village grave that is created in an underground chamber. Or a series of
Okay,
chambers.
so I was hoping I couldn't use this as reference, but yes, I could. Thank you, Skyrim.
Actually,
what,
weirdly
what,
enough,
what,
kind of like that, yeah. That's
yeah,
kind of
thank you, Skyrim.
that's kind of what that is. It says some villages, some families have their own mausoleums. A village typically has a cairn, which is a burial chamber, a burial mound where they bury their dead. And that's where people can go to venerate their ancestors and their loved ones who have passed on. And last time I came through here, about a month ago, there was some talk of whispers. Somebody went to go say their goodbyes to a loved one. Nothing else came of it. I assumed it was at most maybe just a passive ghost, a spirit of some sort. Not my wheelhouse. Not my circus, not my monkeys. But I asked around just to check if anything had come of that. And supposedly there's a... What's it? Supposedly one of the young girls, specifically the one who's most likely to be crowned as, what do you call it, as the Harvest Maiden come tomorrow, went there and hasn't returned.
Oh no.
She hasn't come back since. She left earlier today. Never came back. Now, this could be nothing. It could be she fell asleep at her family's grave. It could be something happened. It could be the worst case scenario happened and some ancestor or some skeleton came to life due to the proximity of so much death. Would not assume that, but I intend to go check it out. What about you guys? You don't have to do anything, but this is of interest to me. I intend to at least investigate. If not, if something is actually amiss, then to solve it.
I see no issue with it. I'll come along.
Yeah, sure. You can come along.
I'd hate to leave someone in peril, and they could possibly use a bit of help.
I'll come along.
All right then.
Hee. So, yahaha, let's go.
Hee hee hoo hoo.
Yeah.
Yahoo!
You found me. Congrats.
Okay. Then, as night falls, York says, I'm going to go tonight before the Harvest Festival happens. Sooner the better. We can get her back. Anybody else? Maria, for her part, says she wants to do that, but she also doesn't fully trust the supplies being left here guarded. As you don't know what some people are going to do, or if there really are spies here that might rifle through your guys' belongings, or sabotage them, or lay a trap or something. So she's going to stay behind. She's going to guard your belongings and just generally keep an eye on the village while you guys are gone.
Siren would volunteer to go.
Okay. Anybody else wish to stay behind, or is everybody going to go?
My question for you, Mr. DM, is does alarm is independent from where I am, correct?
I believe so.
But then again, it only lasts for 10 hours at my current level, so
It's a long time. That's longer than most people
Yeah.
tend to be awake or underway.
well, yeah, but we don't know how long this will venture take us.
True. He does say that they didn't build the cairn very far away. That it's like maybe a 10-20 minute walk to get there.
Oh, I
Oh,
do
yeah?
also have
What-
a question about that.
What's up?
Actually, more in regards to him bringing this information up to us. Did you say that this was on the next day or still on the same night?
What, the harvest?
Him
Festival?
bringing up. No, him.
Oh no, this
bringing
is
up
like
this-
as you guys are turning in to go to bed for the night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if that's the case, yeah. for what's all for all intents and purposes, I can just cast alarm at the thing.
Mhm. Yeah, I asked because Siren would have some strong words to say to Malady after that whole thing that happened, but that's probably gonna have to be a thing for the Pathfinder roleplay channel,
Not possible.
which I
Don't you?
don't have a lot of time or patience for, but I will commit to it because I would hate to just,
Hmm.
lazily leave things behind.
Okay. Now, just to solidify, is there anybody that's not going to the Cairn?
I don't believe so.
In that case, you guys, just so it's marked, the place you guys are staying is. That horse should not be going with you. Is going to be this building. Just so you guys know, that's the Elder's house. That's where you guys are staying for the night.
Already? Oh.
Then, okay. You guys set off walking towards the cairn, with Jork leading the way. As you continue along the path, I suppose at varying distances from one another. Varying
Wait,
speeds.
sorry. I was talking to my father. I would like to stay behind.
Oh, you would like to stay behind? Okay.
Yes. No,
Alright.
2 is better than 1.
All right then. Mallory and Lady Maria will be staying in the village.
Mallory and Maria.
Yes. So, everybody else is going to be walking the path there. It's
Hold on. I used alarm, right? So
Yes,
I
you did.
should, for the sake of spell lists, I should
the
remember that I placed that.
So we're doing this on the same night without the full rest. Yeah, because we want to get there as soon as possible.
Mhm.
Okay.
all right. The the walk there is fairly peaceful. The night air is filled with crickets. The smell of pollen and pollen drying leaves, the summer air now chilled by the night, and the sound of dirt crunching underfoot as you walk along the smooth dirt path heading towards the village gravesite. Here,
Oh boy.
perception check if you would.
Okay. Shit.
Right. It's for you has been a bit of an off couple of weeks. It's been busy. You've been distracted. There's been a lot going on. There was going to the university. There was the hubbub of being in Lorbany and all the dealing with the king. These new attaches to your group. There's a dream you had. And now this business with the children of Mallory that's also possibly got you a bit distracted. Maybe a bit upset. So to say that you're a little bit distracted is, I would think, accurate. You think so?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's say I'm speaking for your character. So do correct me anytime I'm inaccurate in my summation.
Mhm.
The night air is cold, and the way that the stars speckled the night sky, and the way Maluna. Good night. Good night, Sully. Thank you for coming by and thank you for playing. See you later.
Good night, Folly. See you, Ball, okay?
Good night.
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 Good night.
Bye.
And there Sully goes. We shouldn't go much longer. So you're a little distracted. You're a little off kilter. You're not fully paying attention as you're walking. You don't quite catch it until you look up from where your eyes have drifted down to the road and he's in front of you. You don't hear conversation. You don't hear footprints or footfalls.
Uh-oh.
It feels
And-
odd as the moons above shine down on you. You see Moluna's light and her 4 elemental children. With the red moon now starting to come into phase. But something's off about it. Something feels wrong.
Can I try and figure out what?
Sure. Either a perception or a sense motive.
I will do sense motive.
Okay.
Anyone?
There's a ripple in the air that feels off. And then you realize that feeling is familiar. The twang of wrong runs up your spine. And then you hear footfall. Disturbing of leaves, a crack of branches. Dirt and grass shifting. And you see it.
I'm just gonna go ahead and do that.
As you feeling that danger sense running up your spine, quickly cast a spell, hoping for your goddess's insight into what's to come. And seeing it before it even happens, as a flash of premonition goes through your mind, you know that to your right from the underbrush, a figure is going to push through the leaves and the branches.
Do I have a moment to attempt to hide?
You're out in the middle of a road.
Fuck! Then I turn to the direction where I feel this danger is coming from, and I ready my shield. And
Moon-crested
since
shield.
I don't have, and
Thumbs
since I
up.
don't have a moment to hide, I'm gonna try and yell out for the party.
You call out, hoping that they'll be there. But you hear nothing in response.
Fuck.
As you turn to face it, calling for your party, raising your moon-crested shield. Again, a more physical form of your goddess's protection. And from the undergrowth, it breaks. It stumbles forth, arms drawn close to its body, skin drawn taut across its form, mouth open in a rictus scream. As it trudges out from the woods, it seems to stumble in your direction, and something grinds out from its throat, and you remember this part. It was about to scream. It is about to say something.
Siren will raise the hand that isn't holding the shield out in front of her, and the fingers and knuckles of that hand crack as she casts Speak with the Dead.
And as you cast that, the hollow eyes of the creature, which previously stared up into the empty sky, seem to fill a little bit with glimmers of light. Where an empty mouth was, you see a tongue, lips, teeth again. Once was looked almost like a bog zombie. Now has a translucent appearance of something far more living. Whether this is something to help you associate with the, as part of the spell, is something that helps you associate with the dead more, or perhaps more of an insight, a way of allowing it to communicate with you better. No one ever really able to pin down, but what it does do is let you see who this was to a degree, or he ended up the way he did. As it appears to be a young man, his clothing ripped and caked with blood and dirt, sweating, eyes wild and panicked as he stumbles towards you before falling to his knees. Roll me a religion check.
Oh boy. Okay.
Now that it's more than just a hazy nightmare and you see what's in front of you, you have an opportunity to figure out what exactly this is.
Come on, Siren.
Very
nat 20.
nice.
Shit.
Hell yeah.
Let's fucking go, girl.
In your time since being in your village and your chances to educate yourself further on the matters of religion as well as its common foes, its common problems, as religious figures are often called on to deal with souls that have not departed. This includes undead, physical and ethereal. You've come across entries on various obscure and exotic forms of undead, and this is one such entity. This is a pain speaker. It's a form of undead that had a message to deliver when it died. Or it had something it had to say. One of the story that was given in the example that you read was a young man who was a knight in a princess's court, who steadfastly did his duty, but never confessed the one thing that he feared saying most, and that was confessing his love for the princess in question. Rather pursuing his duty than potentially putting her in an awkward spot and becoming rejected, equal parts fear of both, he instead, quietly, without ever saying a thing, performed in Her Majesty's royal entourage and performed for her any tasks she asked of him, without complaint, without word, hardly ever a word spoken. But when he was slain on a mission he was sent on, he returned to the princess's court, a screaming, incoherent, gaunt figure that slayed the city's townsfolk as he passed with every scream he uttered. It was a siren's song. No, it was a banshee wail that killed and drove into comas everything he passed by, save some of the more strong-willed. It wasn't until he robbed of everything except for his most basic instinct to tell her those words, he stumbled into her court, said those words to her, then perished, his soul passing on with a body trail in his wake. After that incident, these creatures were called pain speakers, because their most notable trait is that when they approach a creature that isn't the intended recipient of their message, they cannot understand them. And so their scream and attempt to communicate those words and make somebody understand this incredibly important message instead tends to drive them mad or kill them. And the only way for a pain speaker to pass on, either to be destroyed or for somebody to receive the message. Normally, the only person who can understand this is the intended recipient. This might be a superior officer, if it was a soldier that had to deliver a piece of correspondence, Or it might be someone far more specific, like a princess in a confession of love. The other possibility is for a cleric to cast Speak with Dead. Receive their message so they may pass on.
Cool.
And as this man drops to his knees, you see his nails are bloody, his feet are ragged, his shoes have long since come off. So far he must have run. Then when he looks up to you, his eyes hollow in their sockets. You see just behind that ghost of an image is the very hollow body. He says, before I do that, everybody else deafen themselves. It's the second time I've done this session. I'm very sorry.
Oh boy.
Okie
problem.
dokie.
The reveal, the big reveal. Anyway, there we go. Everybody's deafened. As from parched lips and a ravaged throat, the words, "That's not my mother. That's not my brother. If it's real, somebody has to know."
Oh boy. Oh god.
You know from your knowledge, when it comes to this, the pain speaker is not quite the same as other dead. You have a limited time to ask it something. There's for clarification, something specific, but it will only speak about what it knows and what the message it wants to deliver is.
So in this limited amount of time, can Siren ask? Trying to think. That's not my mother. That's not my brother. None of it's real. Someone has to know. When you say limited amount of time, is it like the intended purpose of Speak with Dead where I only have a few questions?
Yeah.
Or is this a specific... Oh, okay. I
You
have
have
a few
you have
questions.
maybe 2-3 questions you can ask this thing.
So, I think the first question Siren would ask is, what exactly is not real?
Please replace them. They look the same, they talk the same, they think the same, but something's replaced them.
What has replaced them?
No.
Fuck. Where can I find them?
Everywhere in the village.
Fuck!
The spirit flees the body, and the half-rotted corpse slumps to the ground, inert once more.
I kind of messed that up, but this should be enough.
We can't always be perfect.
That's fine. 70% is good enough.
God,
Hee hee hee.
damn.
There we go. Sorry.
Now,
Hello.
as the
Oh no!
as
Oh wait, never mind. You can't tell me.
can't say. As now in front of you is the inert corpse, no longer with that hologram of seeming across it. It's just a body. Reeks, smells like a bog. It's honestly kind of disturbing. It's got maggots crawling across it. I don't think I need to go into detail. This thing has been rotting for quite some time. It's now no longer possessed of a spirit. However, that feeling of wrongness has dissipated. It seems your goddess's message to you was enough to prepare you to be able to face this little challenge. As you know, if you had not been equipped with that spell, you would have had to fight this thing in its full capacity, possibly without the support of your group.
Yeah.
And now, as that feeling of wrongness has dissipated, you can once more hear, far ahead, the chatter of the group.
Meanwhile-
called after them.
Hmm? Okay.
And
You
obviously she's gonna have some things to say once she reaches that.
you take off running after them. It's actually really appropriate that Mallory isn't the one that came.
Oh my god. Fuck.
As you take off
It's
running,
fine.
as you take off running after them, and eventually you guys hear the tromp, 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 tromp of Siren, her armor, her shield, her equipment, and her panting as she finally catches up with you guys, having barely even noticed that she kind of drifted towards the back and just kind of disappeared for a while.
Goddess just slowed down time so she would. No, okay. Hold on, I need to teach my worshiper a lesson.
Overall, that last little bit there lasted for maybe 2 minutes and more.
And Siren's just like, it's not real.
What?
The village. It isn't real.
Huh? Huh?
I.
You look like you just ran a marathon. Is everything alright?
No. I. First, I have a strange nightmare, and then it happens. And of course, I should have suspected this. It was a premonition, not actually a nightmare. What I saw that night that I fell asleep suddenly was the exact thing that happened now. A strange, dead thing walking towards me. And that night, my goddess Melissa was warning me that I should be prepared to listen when it has to speak to me. And that opportunity to listen was tonight, when this thing came towards me, and I immediately recognized it as a pain speaker. And had I not casted Speak with Dead, it would have possibly killed me. But because I did, I could listen to it. And it was a young man who said that something had replaced his mother and his and that none of it was real, and he had to tell someone, and that someone was me. He proceeded to then reveal, after I asked him questions, that the entire village isn't real.
Jorik, for his part, at the front, is going, I'm still kind of hung up on the part where you said your goddess gave you a straight-up prophetic vision.
Yes. But
yes,
more
yes.
pressing matters at hand. I was so nervous and caught up in the moment. I didn't ask the perfect questions that I could have, but I am assuming that the village this young dead man was talking of is the village that we were staying in now, where Mallory and Lady Marie.
Would I be so bold as to say that a small village along the road doesn't seemingly warrant divine intervention?
It doesn't, but it would make sense that the goddess I worship would see that we are approaching such a place and give us a warning to be wary.
Just we have entered far worse situations than we have previous. I mean,
but we just left Mallory there.
Well, there's that.
We did.
And also,
Mallory Maria.
let's not forget that it might not have to do with the village. It might have to do with the fact that, points at Sarah, she was in danger. Your goddess, not ours.
yes, but we've been in far worse danger than this.
But
And,
you've always faced it as a group, correct?
well, indeed, but this vision came before we
And-
even arrived.
Which tells me that she knew this was going to happen.
Yes.
Which makes me
premonition,
think
so
that
to
if that's
speak.
true, then the future she saw was either one where we all die, or one where Siren dies. Because
Well then,
it doesn't sound to
Like
me
I
like
said-
whatever this pain speaker thing is was particularly pleasant to be caught alone with.
Yes, it spoke to me and appeared to me specifically. Before I knew it, you all had disappeared, and I was walking along this very trail we're on my
And I'd say that's pretty damn suspicious.
Like I said, I didn't ask the perfect questions. I didn't get to ask it what village it was referring to. We could reference it back to the village that we're staying in now and see if the name is the same. If it's possibly referring to the village where I come from, or another village in the future.
Well,
Like I said, I didn't ask the perfect questions. I messed up, but we do have some information.
nothing seemed off about the village when I was in there. Nobody was acting any different.
Well, he did say that they act the same, they think the same, they speak the same, but they're not.
Weird.
Would you know anything about people who, or not even people, but anything that copies living beings
Well,
and mimics them in such a perfect way?
there's... I know... Well, there's the ones we usually keep an eye out for. Doppelgangers. They like to kill people and replace them. We usually keep an eye out for things like that within the Royal Court. Doppelgangers... shapeshifters of different kinds. Copies them. Like a whole village? Never heard anything even close to that. That would have to be something... That sounds like an entire task for like a shadowy mages guild to accomplish, let alone a single thing or person, entity. Something like that exists. That's a hell of a threat. That could take down an entire kingdom.
Indeed. But there's always ways to distinguish reality from what is fake. We have some means of doing that. I'm trying to wrap my head around this and think, proceed, since we were leaving to apparently leave this maiden who was in a graveyard. That just happened, and now I have to go off the information I have. I really am interpreting it correctly.
Well,
I
maybe whatever is doing this is in the cairn? Because if she
Could
just
be.
disappeared and never came back, that might have something to do with that.
If it is the village we just came from, Mallory and Lady Maria, possibly in danger.
It's true.
Uh,
Conflicted. Part of me wants to go find this girl, but the other part wants me to make sure that Maria is going to be okay.
How long have we been walking away from the village?
According to him, the walk takes about 10 to 20 minutes, and considering how long you guys are going to be walking, you're close to the cairn.
Right, so we're almost there.
You're like, if you ask him that, he says we should be like a couple minutes out from the cairn. It's not too far.
Right. And perhaps we would have a bit of time, since we're only a few minutes away, we would have a bit of time to go back, warn them, and then come here and check this all out, possibly having them with us.
I can run back if you need me to.
Or perhaps we even take the entire cart with us.
I think you're overthinking it. This I can go check on them.
I mean, sure. I mean, I'm in the minority here. All I can do is supply information. Ultimately, I have to let you guys decide. This is your mission. We're here to help you. Any notes from the peanut gallery? Looks towards like Jaco, Mark, Flick.
Well, I mean, this is something pretty big, but I think we need to check it out, unfortunately.
Yes, it might cause a bit of an uproar, but if anything, it's going to save Mallory and frankly your friend as well. We should probably get going now.
Overall,
Sooner rather than later, yeah.
I trust Maria to take care of herself. She's no average villager, but we also don't know what we're facing. So that's as sound a plan as going to the cairn, honestly. I'm just worried that whatever's in this. I'm just worried whatever's in this cairn, if left too long, whatever it could be, is become to bite us in the ass. But we can deal with that later too. And the about face as he turns around and starts heading back to the village. And we will pick up next session.
Alright. Sounds good.
As tensions are getting up a little bit. Thank you very much for playing. And we'll see you guys next.
Sounds good. Thanks for running, friends. Well, friend.
Of course.
Thank you for playing, and thank you guys for watching.
We all ran together, and we all did it together as a family.
It's going to be our family.
We sure did.
And to a family. Go back to the scene of Tokyo drifting. Well then, I'm gonna go ahead and start to phase us out. Yeah, let's do. Also gonna. Let's put that under. I don't know if Mallory was still here. I'd ask, but would you guys consider the your devil friend under friends, acquaintances, or adversaries?
Acquaintances.
Yeah.
It is.
She's kind of just, we're kind of neutral about it. Like,
I mean, he most certainly considers Mallory a friend.
Oh my.
Oh my. Yeah, for being lawful good, he really likes Mallory. I wonder why. Anyway, I will hopefully see you guys next Saturday. Tomorrow, if everybody's there, will be Genesis, and that's going to be a whole load of fun.
If we don't, if next week not everybody can make it, I'm just going to guarantee a session the week after because I don't like going more than 3 weeks without a session.
Not Mark revolving himself. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, let's go.
Yeah, me rolling by myself.
Then
Okay,
once more, we
everybody,
initiate the solo session. All right.
the solo session.
Yeah. So, I think that's going to be it for today. Thank you guys very much. It's been a pleasure.
Me.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you for running.
Yeah.